Alright, welcome back everyone. So, tonight we are getting distracted by Brave's shenanigans. Basically, for those who missed it, he asked us to go get either his sword or his shield, but the game let us pick up both, interestingly. And then, for whatever reason, we decided we need to seek advice from Goodman and the leader of the Sagitta, so we did that. I guess at least we got some cutscenes out of that. It was a nice break in the dungeon crawling. Because let's be frank, the layout to reach, especially the sword, was pretty troll. There's a comic somebody made where it's a DX fighting herself that just shows Alternus stepping out of the shower with a towel and his helmet on. That sounds like a terrible approach to taking a shower, but well then. This cave got very dangerous very quickly. Remember when we casually wandered here to get some silk in the previous game at like level 20? I think that was instant death. Because it said guard, and I'm pretty sure Tiz is still wearing the anti-instant death ring. That's dirty. Yep, that was definitely death. Well, I guess we can... No, wait, we're not... We're not, Oh, I guess we can still use Resurrect. So we don't have our full level white magic anymore. Are you serious? Yeah, we might be in this cave for a bit. Because we're doing the mass death and the mass, sass effect spam. It's, you know... These guys aren't even really worth much for how spammy they can get with that stuff. I guess it's a good thing we have a taunt with death protection. I don't remember the layout of this cave very well, so there's that. This looks like it might actually be progress. So let's clear out the rest of the first floor. Really? At this point, I almost feel like I'm obligated to buy one of every accessory for preventing all this stuff. I guess alternatively is I swap back to using Ninja so that we can force their deaths to always be on Tiz. Yeah, but when there's... Edea can hit them hard, but when there's 3 of them, it's still a bit of a task. Because we're open to getting hit by quite a few deaths. Yeah, I'd be grateful if no spoilers about Bravely Default 2 are said. I think this is a nope. I don't think I really want to get death spammed and then end up having to go into a second fight. Hold out for an X potion? Okay. Oh, Sidewinder might. I'm not sure if it'll hit hard enough. At least not initially. If she has 160%, maybe. But at that point, we're already a couple of turns in where we can have Hidden Dragon stuff down. Okay, do we have a... apparently we didn't pick up a Holy Spear in Bravely Second. Let's see what our damage looks like at 160. Okay. We might be good at 130 then. Which does still mean waiting one turn. Also, that was against 2 targets instead of 3, so... God, this game loves spamming this particular formation. Actually, if we do... Warhead for the increased damage on top of it, might be okay. Almost. Not quite. Alright. I want to put you into next. Do we want to finish off Wizard at all? Oh yeah, Spellcraft level 4. Yeah, I guess let's maybe go for that and see what it is. Well, I guess we know what Rain is. Because Bella was using that on us on the refight. Two sets of stairs. Well, he's probably dead ends on treasure. Oh, found the treasure one. Hey, look, we stole Claude's bow. Hmm. So it's a little more accurate, a little stronger in attack, but it gives up the 20 critical that Yoichi's bow has. So it almost feels like kind of a little bit of a side grade. I guess the consistency of just more flat damage is probably better. You had the same reaction. Well, it is hard to not tie it to Claude anymore. I think for this we can probably... Because we're feeling brave, we can just do... triple Sidewinder and kill all these. Or Adia could self-destruct and take them with her. That's not terribly productive, but okay. You gotta play through as. You mean you haven't played it yet? Like, are you completely blind to it, or do you have a playthrough you haven't finished or something? Is Sidewinder a sniper term? Because Xenoblade has a move called Sidewinder tied to the sniper rifle weapon. I'm not really a gun expert, so... Can't say myself, but, those two situations do seem a little suspicious, I guess. Sure, you know what? These guys are just gonna blind us over and over, so we're just gonna leave. Light good in. So we're getting this strange mix of, like, endgame weaponry and just random items. Hey, Math Magician, thanks for the contribution. Yeah, all these utility items. It's kind of weird. So these enemies are basically weak to the stuff that I think the other would be strong against. So I guess what I should probably do is just not use an element. Just use the best at fit claws. We could just do Holy Weapon here. Although I assume there's gonna be a boss, so I'd like to carry through as many specials as I can. Hmm. I'm kind of surprised that was enough to kill the 8 Sith. Because we weren't hitting its weak element. Actually, I guess it's probably because I used Harpoon. We probably wouldn't have had enough damage otherwise. Yeah, we even missed the kill on the variance there. So that setup's definitely not surefire. Although I guess if I really wanted to, I could have you go completely into BP data and go for the 190% on idea. I'm surprised that actually hit there. Speaking of Holy Lance. You googled Sidewinder and got results for a snake species with the same name. Yeah, I know about the snake species, but I don't know. I guess it could be trying to draw the connection, like the snipers are like snakes in the grass or something. I don't know. Okay, kind of surprised that the lantern didn't absorb that instead of just taking. It looked like about half damage. Oof, we definitely fell quite a bit short there. Well, I guess we've got Spellcraft to make up for that. I think they might not like you. I could be wrong, but I think they don't. Well, it came close, I guess. Won't complain about an elixir. Man, unbuffed Sidewinder is definitely a bit weak. Sigh.
Leave it to moi!
Damn it. Like, the character that's been basically doing nothing for most of the battle because of stupid blind somehow has all the aggro. Like, why? It says Brave's battle plans. Why did we just find this lying around? What the heck? Like, this is the Vestal Cave. What's it doing in here? Oh, hi, Brave.
Father.
He must have dropped it. I feel like you'd probably have to do that on purpose. Like, this seems like a document that, even though it's pretty old at this point, should be, uh, locked away and confidential.
It is said that the mystic thread used to weave the garb of the Vestals comes from this cave. But it is more than that to me. This is where your mother and I were once sheltered by the sage of Yorjana.
Wait, what?
It is the place where we were blessed with a strong, beautiful daughter. And the place where I made my resolve to take back this nation and rule it by my own ideals. Even seeing the faces of the multitudes who would rally to our cause, our hearts still wavered. Dare we pitch our outnumbered forces against a great religious order with the power of the crystals at their command? Dare we did. We resolved to overthrow the orthodoxy, capture the Earth Crystal, and seize the throne. But how would we rule this new nation we would forge? How would we lead the world? After 3 days and 3 nights of heated debate, on the morning of the 4th day, I mustered my army.
So this is where it all happened.
I see you have found the Grand Marshal's sword and shield. And yet you have equipped neither. Tell me, Idia, is this how you would answer me?
I mean, she's a monk. Why would she equip either? Hmm. I find it interesting that the game actually comments on equipping either. Actually, I didn't even check to see if they were actually in my inventory. But I feel like it'd be appropriate for Idia to say, yeah, I'm not equipping either, I'm doing things my way.
That's right. This is my answer.
Explain yourself.
As long as a nation exists, it will have enemies, whether or not it seeks them out. A ruler must have the power to fell those who would threaten the people's survival. This is why I sought the Grand Marshal's sword. And every nation has people within its borders, a citizenry that it must protect. To keep its subjects from harm, a ruler must carry a strong, sturdy shield. So, I sought out the Grand Marshal's shield. But when I took these 2 great relics, sword and shield, into hand, I suddenly felt afraid.
You wielded a mighty sword and a stout shield, yet grew fearful. Intriguing.
That's not the answer I quite expected, but okay.
I thought back to what I had seen in my travels across the realm, and to what I had read in the histories. Stories of men who claimed power to slay their foes, but who forgot the ones they loved, and whose hearts grew cold. Men who gained the power to protect people, but then lost sight of themselves, and grew vain, proud, and complacent. They put too much faith in the power they'd achieved. It became all-consuming. It was all they cared about. That was what I was afraid of.
Justice must be supported by might and authority. But when it is delivered at the point of a sword, it is not but coercion. You are right to fear power. Yes, even power sought in pursuit of justice is not immune from corruption. A stout shield is needed to protect the people in times of war. Yet the true goal should be a world with no need for shields. The noble course is to believe in the ideal. Find that stout shield, yes, but do not bear it. The little bird who left our nest has returned on the strength of her own wings. Along the way you were lost, injured and betrayed. You knew despair and cried in anguish.
We were confused. We doubted everything. We closed our eyes and ears to the world around us.
But you overcame the pain. You raised your head, and did not shirk from the truth. You took your troubles in stride.
I met new comrades and knew the warmth of friendship. I was emboldened. I listened. I learned just how much I still had to learn. I felt the love of my master, my friends, my family, and my father, who I always looked up to and strove to follow.
Your journey is over, my daughter. But you have one more trial to face, together with the friends who stand beside you.
I like how we can just be like, on second thought.
I am Brave Lean, Grand Marshal of Eternia. This is your final trial. I shall spare no effort, offer no mercy. Begin!
Final trial, but there's one more asterisk left blank. I guess these are new models for the specific Brave Duchy guards, I suppose. Okay, let's start with Thunderhead, on the assumption that the Mooks are gonna be weak to Thunder. Wait, hold on a second. We're gonna equip. Maybe the Trident actually on Tiz. Because I think Holy's reduced by Brave, and then the Thunder should do more to the Mooks. I could be wrong, but we'll see. Sleep? Rude.
Now you're gonna get it!
First we were being able to preempt Nothing Ventured. Feels pretty dirty.
Say your prayers!
Wow, that Pike Guard is tanky. I do find it funny that Brave uses Giant Slayer here. Because I don't think we have the health for it to actually matter. His health also seems a little low, so he's probably gonna do the thing where he restores his health 2 times.
Well fought, but your trial has only begun.
Yep, who could have seen that one coming? Certainly not me. Hey, Marco. Yeah, it's like everything in Eternia. We for sure are just solving it by combat.
Let's
That's
give 'em
not
all
good.
we've got.
And I don't think the special gains the Pierce default property.
Well struck, but I will not fall so easily.
Oh look, he's doing it again. Who would have thunk it?
You have grown strong, my daughter.
You have grown strong, my daughter. So strong that you Mitchell killed. What if I had 0 HP but actually at full? No kidding, right? So I guess we'll get to see a Templar has changed.
How strange. For the first time in my life, I feel no regret or frustration in defeat. Perhaps this is what I had hoped for all along.
You just wanted Dia to pummel him again. You know, that's what all dads hope for, right?
Father.
Hey, you. I have a feeling I've seen this before. I mean, if we're being fair, Brave did do it first. Just, like, not in this game. Now that I'm done with that, you want to say your biggest complaint with the game? Exorcist's undo hit point ability doesn't work on that fight? Oh! Or wait. So, why would it not work? Is it just grayed out or something?
It is nothing. For being told I might never wield a sword again, this body served me surprisingly well.
Oh, I like how they inserted the might part here. So he wasn't actually super gravely injured at the end of uh the the first go about in default. Oh, you mean it? Okay, if he gets knocked out, you can't reset him to last turn. Yeah, I guess his comment says it sounds like the game might be spawning like a new Brave or something there. And I guess they probably did that with the Kaiser too to make it so that it doesn't work there as well, right? Or could you do it to the Kaiser? I guess I never thought about it.
Now, you must take this.
You must take this stick.
This is the stave of the Grand Marshal of Eternia.
Okay, I see it's longer than it appears. It's just, it looks like this stubby little thing because our party is blocking half of the staff. It worked on Revenant when you fought him. It reset his hit points back to 0 after it finished a possession. Huh. I mean, I guess it'd be thematically appropriate for Revenant's father's abilities, which technically built him in the first place, to be able to mess him up.
He, nay, she who bears it, holds full authority to rule the duchy.
Rule Eternia? Me?
Yes. You have shown that you possess the strength to cut down your foes, the strength to protect your people.
Yeah, but what about the administrative abilities she'd need to be a ruler? You ever thought of that, Brave?
And most of all, the wisdom to know that though you possess both, you need not use either. Go forth and rule in wisdom, Grand Marshal Idia Lee. The future of Eternia, nay, of the world itself, is in your hands.
Yes, Father.
Why, Idia?
Oh, I guess it teleported us out. Nice. Administration? Eh, she'll figure it out. Brave, probably. I mean, I get the impression that the probably doesn't really belong there. Brave just retiring early. I guess getting pummeled so many times by Adia was just too much.
Mother? What's going on?
Your father and I have decided to move out here to the woods.
So not only have they handed over rule to Adia, they're like, oh, by the way, Adia, we're moving out to the woods, so, have fun.
Seriously? But isn't this the Wise One's place?
It certainly is. Or was. From what we've heard, he hasn't been around here in quite some time.
Man, if Yuliana hasn't been here in quite some time, this place must be a dump now.
I've been thinking of renaming the place Brave Lee's Needleworks.
What?
And Sage Juliana is okay with this?
Don't worry, dear. The old sage could never get angry at me. But listen, Idia, I'd like you to have a word with your father.
About what?
His armor. Even though we're retired and living here in the woods, he refuses to take it off.
Well, I guess we know where Alternus got that tendency from then.
I have grown accustomed to the proper ballast it provides. If I took it off, the next stiff breeze might carry me clear into the sky. I think I'll stay as I am for now.
The Full Metal Seamster, huh? That's gotta be a first.
Sir, the delivery you asked for.
Alternus, I've been waiting for you.
Fabric and thread just as you asked. If you exhaust your supply, simply say the word and I shall procure more.
Thank you, Alternus. You're always so helpful.
And what of the other items I requested?
I have brought them, sir, but are these truly what you were looking for?
Patchwork for apprentices. 100 embroidery patterns for spring and summer.
Well, everyone's gotta start somewhere, right?
really serious about this needlework stuff, huh?
Of course. Have you ever known your father not to be serious? For my first project, I believe I shall make you a quilted vest.
If he's got no, if he's got no experience whatsoever, that's, pretty ambitious.
Then again, Noble Tsuna hinted that he wanted a new tea cozy, and I promised to knit Alternus a woolen scarf.
Alternus wearing a woolen scarf with his full plate mail. Okay.
Before that, the armor.
There's a fox, so we can get our health all back. Alright, we'll do that in a second after we loot the place. Talk to Dia's parents again. Ooh. Star Corslet, you say? Really? The game thinks 100 hit points is worth having much lower defense than magic defense? What the heck? I guess while we're here. Yeah, Grand Marshal Shield. No special effects, just a ton of raw defenses. Which I guess, if the enemy's not using particular attacks, I guess that, it's a decent general equip. Well, it's actually a healer staff. I was kind of expecting it to be a monk staff with a high actual attack. So, huh. Although I suppose Brave was a priest before he became the Templar. So I suppose it kind of makes sense if, for whatever reason, by sentiment, he kept his old staff as a symbol of his rule. It's a little weird, but it sort of makes sense. Yes, there is one Alternus who would want a woolen scarf, but he's the one who actually takes off his armor. You want to see a casual Brave? Cargo shorts and polo? That, would be interesting, that's for sure. And no, there's no way we could have gotten that armor earlier. I tried to come to this hamlet, like 10 hours earlier in the game, and it just wouldn't let me enter. Oh, we can use the beds in here too. I guess it's the same as when Yuliana had the hut. Okay, yip time.
Dinner is served.
Finally! I'm so hungry I could eat a horse.
It's so tender.
This is divine. It's like a little symphony playing in my mouth with every bite. You simply must tell me, Tiz, what is this masterpiece?
Meat?
Hey, come on, Tiz. Magnolia is asking a serious question.
Sorry. How about roasted wild boar with blueberry sauce? The boar shoulder Carl gave us has really aged well.
What's the sweet and sour flavor?
That's blueberry jam. We had some in the stores, so I used it as a rub for the roast.
Oh, right, the stuff I bought but never used.
That's kind of random. Adia just bought blueberry jam and never used it.
And what's this on the side? This warm risotto-like stuff.
Rice, mostly.
Tiz, you're doing it again.
Oh, sorry. How about, buttered rice porridge with mushrooms and wild vegetables? I picked a bunch of wild mushrooms and roots when we stopped for lunch the other day. I figured they'd go well with the buttered rice left over from yesterday. Buttered rice? From yesterday? That's right. I used the leftovers from Magnolia's dinner.
Tell me, Tiz, do you have a philosophy de la cuisine?
Huh? Philo what?
A policy. Towards cooking, I mean. Do you have a particular approach?
I mean, given what Tiz has said at this point, I think instinct would probably be the best way to put it. Writing prompt, you know what, guys? I think I'm going to have Altair cook tonight. Why do I get the feeling that that would just be, like, super overdone in some way?
For example, you put lots of effort into presentation,
I do?
but everything is loaded with garlic, and he sticks to simple dressings like ketchup and brown sauce.
She's calling you a one-note cook.
So says Ms. Sugar.
What? Come on, Magnolia. Pull some punches, would you?
Idia, meanwhile, likes the extremes. Sweet things are super sweet. Spicy dishes get a quadruple dose of pepper.
Yep, that's me. Food with a punch.
Haha, I get it, because she's a monk. Overdone how it takes so long that morning hits and he collapses on the stove. I guess I could see that. But like, I get this impression with Altair that everything has to be like cryptic and poetic, so I feel like his cooking would be extremely unorthodox. And 50-50 if that's in a good way or a bad way.
She's not afraid to explore and experiment, which often results in total disasters.
Rip.
That sounds familiar. Remember her charcoal on the half shell? And the legendary soup of many colors?
Murgurgur. lines if you want to improve as a cook.
You were trying to improve?
But I have to say, there's a certain je ne sais quoi about Tiz's food.
I'm surprised the Dia didn't have a comeback to Tiz saying that. I was waiting, but silence.
It's tasty without being flashy, and it has real depth. It makes me wonder, just what is his philosophy? Where did he learn to cook?
Norende?
I'm pretty sure I don't have a philosophy, and no one ever taught me, per se. I mean, I'm not a gourmet like Idia and you. I don't know about fancy ingredients and dishes.
There must be something. Come on, don't be coy.
Well, one thing I do believe in is not wasting food. Does that count? Like today, I used the boar meat we got and that extra blueberry jam for the roast. Then I had the idea to use up the leftovers from last night's dinner. We just happened to have the mushrooms and wild plants on hand to dress it up.
Magnifique! Tiz, I think you have a wonderful approach to cuisine.
It's nothing special. I just hate to see good food go to waste.
Now that I think about it, you've never made a bad meal. Your dinners are always just right.
Well, I'm not as adventurous as you. I stick with what I know, so I don't mess up all the time.
Wow. This is just turning into roasting Idia.
Well, excuse me for trying to spice things up from time to time.
Sorry. Oh, that reminds me. I made a totally unadventurous dessert, too. Sweet roasted chestnuts.
What? Well, why didn't you say so earlier? Bring it out already. You really are the best, sir.
Yeah, Tiz has a very economical approach, which I guess fits with his upbringing. Oh wait, we haven't checked the Templar yet. Yeah, there's something after Templar. Unless it was possible to end up not fighting Brave and having someone else show up as instead, I guess, but I kind of feel like what we're gonna get is gonna be like kind of like DeRosso's or Yuliana's class, where it's just like, hey, here's this really late game class with some powerful stuff. Have fun. Okay, so still have the BP limit up thing. I think Rampart is available a lot sooner here. I think this was a late ability in default. It looks like Giant Slayer has been revised. Because you're doing additional damage if you have more BP. But I seem to remember default's version being it deals more damage the higher your opponent's health or something like that. Charm immunity. Radiant Blast, that's about the same. I think this was also in default, Desperation. I don't think I used it. Also, I'm not sure if it had the component that ignored enemy physical defense. There's Greatsword lore, of course. Fortitude. Okay, so that's what was happening there. That explains that. Default guard. Man, so with the second version of this, they just went, hey, you know how Templar likes to hoard BP? What if we doubled down on that? Yeah, I mean, I've noted how the classes have, at least the changes I've noticed with classes as we've gone through. Stand ground has definitely been a huge boon for me. Like, the Norzen fight, I actually changed everyone back to Freelancer to fight him because of stand ground. Japanese fans didn't like Freelancer starting with stand ground because it came with, or coming with Late Bloomer was an homage to FF5. Huh. I didn't realize people would be so upset about that. Like, I got the homage for it, or to it when we did default, but like, let's be honest, homages are cool, but mechanically it was pretty eh. So I'd rather be the class be functional than playing to tradition. Hello, Firebrand. Although I guess if they'd really wanted to keep Late Bloomer or something, they could have buffed it up a lot just to make it so that Freelancer would not need to basically be at the end of the game and then some to actually be at its full power. Like, maybe make it work on a curve where the stat buffs swing up, so by the time you've mastered, like, maybe say a third of the classes, you have about 3/4 of the stat boost. And maybe you'd almost have to raise the roof of the stat base too, I think. Okay, this... I just kind of want to fly over this a little. It feels like this layout is... No, I guess it's not that different. Although I don't remember it being open to the shore on the right side in default. So we could just fly over and go right to that place, but there might actually be stuff in this fort. So I want to kind of peek my head in. Oh. We can't. And we can just walk past it. What? What kind of fortress lets you just walk past it? Uh... Okay. Interesting face there. Why do I get the feeling that these kobolds are not going to be as weak as one might think? Jeez. Why are kobolds insanely strong compared to like some of the other stuff we fought? What is going on? Haha, brave robber. Cute. This is such a weird dungeon. What is even going on? Okay, well that's a little scary. Not gonna lie. Oh good, we killed nothing.
I'm not pulling any punches.
Man, these kobolds are terrifying. Alright, he's silenced. Although he might just get re-silenced. Maybe. Maybe it'll work out. Life ring. Oh right, the thing. I almost forgot that that's a thing. And I used it so much in default. These things have really bad def too. They're just like glass cannons. Actually, I should change Chiz's spear since there's only one type of kobold that's weak to the lightning. We'll just go for raw damage on the counterattacks. There we go. Somehow lost the spear category there. You have full soul power, so let's blast through them, I guess. Well, Adia gets no experience again, because this is almost certainly gonna kill them. Stupid jerks need to stop picking on Adia. Like I could understand if she actually hit them and they're like, "Oh, we're aggroing on her now," but she hadn't done anything for the entire battle but default. And I guess use Warhead, but it's like Chiz has done so much damage to them, but they decide to ignore him instead. What? How did we not? How was one guy still alive? Why? Like, that was so much AoE. And we still didn't kill the one guy. Hurt Ring. Is that the MP version of that? Apparently. 100 MP definitely doesn't feel as impressive as 1000 health, though.
I'll keep you safe.
Two enemies left alive this time. There better be a good explanation now at the end of this for why kobolds are stronger than dragons. Since everyone forgot about Kaldizla, the fortress probably isn't used anymore. I mean, including Kaldizla? Like, surely they just keep going on as though everything is fine, or is the same. I feel like they'd be loath to leave it in disrepair after what happened with Eternia a few years back. I can't remember if you told me this, but the reason you're bringing up that Japanese people, or what Japanese people think so much, is because the producer Maya Sano apologized for this game to Japanese fans. I didn't realize things were so bad. Like, I guess maybe there's just something I'm not getting, but I guess nothing in this game strikes me as something that needs to be really apologized for. Like, sure, there's some missteps, but I'm pretty sure a number of JRPGs have made bigger missteps without apology. Oh, this is so brutal. I'm really glad Tiz is a Guardian here, because I don't know if there's any other class that has the bulk to take the onslaught of these things. Get your dumb archer face out of here. Yeah, it comes as a shock to people, but the game wasn't that bad. That's why you wanted to look into other perspectives. I see. Japanese fans were upset that they didn't have to loop through the game 5 times. Maybe? I mean, I'm obviously out of touch with their tastes, so maybe that's what they wanted. Your only gripe with the game is, and default, is how much they recycle stuff. Yeah, it's definitely a noticeable thing, unfortunately. 99 carbine. How does that compare to the other pistols or guns? It's a decent jump up from Bess. And yeah, I guess some of the reuse in second here really stands out as like super super forced, I guess I would say it. Like there's a few that they've managed to make fit in as far as like decent explanations, but then you get stuff like this. Like the vacation home here being full of super murder kobolds that put dragons to shame. I hate how that double shot can just be like, by the way, we're focus firing someone down because we do 3,000 damage per shot. Also, no, I like the stupid paralysis touch. Wow, really? Considering using a special there, but eh. I hate how double shot bypasses protect ally too. Like, why? There's no good reason for that. In the original Japanese version of Super Mario Brothers, the levels you had to beat to, or you had to beat the game 8 times in a row to unlock worlds A, B, and D? I was unaware of anything like that. Oh, good. I guess I need to put paralysis protection on Tiz. Not quite. Yeah, we're gonna go get the chest, rest, and then save again after Aegis Shield. Okay. I like how it's like, you got the Grand Marshal shield, by the way, here's something a lot better than that even. Actually, do we even have an anti-paralysis? I don't know if we have an anti-paralysis accessory. Oh, there we go, Earthing Road. Oh, and Super Mario Brothers The Lost Levels. I guess that makes more sense. Still, that's kind of crazy. Eight times to get the hidden levels in the lost levels. That's I don't know. That seems really silly to me. Still 350. I'm just waiting for that moment where he's like, by the way, 400 pig. No wonder Nintendo of America at the time thought we were too stupid for that game. Well, maybe not so much too stupid as not tenacious enough. Thank God they changed that when they remade the game in Mario All-Stars. Yeah, no kidding. Like, I haven't played Mario All-Stars myself, but I would definitely not want to pick it up at all if I knew that was a requirement for Lost Levels. Watch him skip to 500. I mean, if he wants to, whatever. I guess the point is I'm waiting for him to raise the price again. Because he seems to like doing that. And really, like, at this point, the peak cost is negligible, but I'm just amused by it every time he does that. What is even going on here?
Is that?
C'est évident. It's a ball. This can't be. It's exuding a level of power on par with, no, even exceeding Diamante's. Yet there's been no word from Fort Lune. Did it penetrate the moon's defenses? No, Appleberry would never let that happen.
This is no time for panic, Magnolia. There's a ball in front of us, and we have to defeat it. That's all that matters right now.
Right. Let's focus on the battle before us. We can't let any sacrifice be in vain. Not now. Not ever.
Is everyone ready?
Let's do it. We're coming for you. all the thirst. Turtle Dove!
Oh boy. Well, I'm gonna assume this is not the one with 9,999 stats. So at least we have that going for us. Weak to wind. Yep, the very regular looking defenses. How does she know the name of the ball? I mean, it is a good question. Like, even though she does hunt them, like, do the balls actually tell us their names? Also, we are wearing entirely the wrong accessory to defend against Sweet Dreams. Okay, I guess that's a magic attack. Nice, as soon as I swap to countering magic, it uses the physical. Fine, we'll do it this way. Watch him use sleep on Tiz now. Called it.
Let's finish this!
Well, I guess it's good to know that the ball is immune to paralyze. Well, it's good to know that the Heartbreak doesn't one-shot us here.
Alabash!
Let's give him all we've got!
Lightsaber time. Okay. Well, Tiz just got obliterated. Yeah, we lost so much damage there by having a DA afflicted with Fallen Love.
I'm back and better than ever.
Also, we don't have Warhead up. Really? It's exact right play to not die. Well, like with Adia, Christmas turkey really let itself go. Oh yeah, of course. Like I was commenting on this being not being the version with 9,999 stats because I fought that in the first game, and I killed it. So af-
That was ridiculous.
oh come on, Adia, you mangled something that was about 500 times stronger in the last game. Don't give me that.
It was stronger than any ball I've ever seen.
What's happening in Caldisla? First our memories, now this ball?
I don't know. But we have learned one thing. Luxembourg still isn't free from the threat of the balls.
Au contraire, The threat is greater than ever. This ball made it past the moon's defenses almost entirely unscathed.
Well, I mean, it used Heartbreak a couple times in this fight, but in the version I fought in default, it just straight one-shot people. Well, I guess that's not entirely true. Idea and Ringabel could technically survive if they were at full, just because the damage would hit the damage cap. And Ringabel and Idea both had like just a little over 10,000 hit points.
This is Magnolia. We confirmed the presence of a new ball. We dispatched it at once, but
Impossible! We haven't let any balls through.
I suspected as much. Somehow it eluded the moon's scanners entirely.
Preposterous! No ball has ever slipped through Fort Loon's defense system undetected.
Until now, this demands an investigation. This may not be an isolated incident. As a citizen of the moon, I have a duty to protect Luxendark. That's right. Ballbuster Magnolia Arch will not take this threat sitting down.
Understood. We are counting on you, Magnolia.
I'm sorry, everyone. It looks like I'll be needing your help just a little bit longer.
Don't be sorry. We'll help you for as long as you need.
Yeah, there's no way we're letting these balls have their way with Luxendark. Not after all we've done.
Merci, mes amis.
Are you okay, Tiz? I mean, Sir Tiz, how fare thee?
Way to play the stereotype, Segel. Yeah, that's the move. And it used it a couple times in this fight. But only a couple times. Whereas in default it was using it like every other turn.
Oh, Egil! The dread beast that beset the villa has been slain.
Seriously? Man, Tiz, you really are a hero.
My friends, can you hear me?
Your Holiness.
Huh? Is that Inez's voice? Where is she?
Right in here. Say hello, Egil.
What? How'd she get stuck in there? Inez, I never knew a person could be shrunk so small. What are you doing here, Tiz? You gotta get her out of there.
Oh, Egil, have you been well?
Yeah. Wait, you're not in trouble?
No, she's not, for once.
Not any longer.
Agnes, what's going on?
I heard about your troubles in Kaldisla, or I should say, I remembered.
So you'd forgotten Kaldisla too.
I cannot explain these recent events, but they could have grave implications for our future. I am traveling to Kaldisla as we speak. Let us meet with the king together.
Certainly, Your Holiness. We'll meet you at the castle.
Whoa! Where'd she go? So it's some kind of communication device? Whoa, that's so high-tech!
He's taking that well. Okay, well, I am not walking down to those stupid kobolds. Ooh, fox. Yep, yep.
That was great!
More like totally delicious. You've become a real master chef, Magnolia.
They're really leaning hard on these cooking conversations, aren't they? Like, when was the last time we didn't have food come up in a conversation here?
Vraiment? You're so kind.
Didn't you learn a new recipe from Sakura just the other day?
She did. It started with Alfred's recipe, remember? Then you got Martha at the dorms to share her secrets. You're practically a culinary expert now.
Anyway, I'd better clean up.
I'll help.
Merci. But it's quite all right. I believe the cook should also clean up.
Oh, I'm so stuffed I can hardly move. I'm just gonna conk out right here.
You shouldn't sleep right after eating, you know.
The last one? No, the last one was about food. I mean, maybe I missed one that was unlockable, but the last one we got was talking about Tiz's culinary ability. Oh, you mean the last one that wasn't about food? Sorry, I misread that. It would be the one where Altair sees a celestial, if that counts, because of the way it was in the Japanese version. I mean, I guess technically. But if we discounted that, how far back would we have to go just for kicks?
Yeah, well, what happened to eat, sleep, and be merry, huh?
That's, eat, drink, and be merry.
For tomorrow we die.
What? Who's dying?
You know, Adia, if you're gonna quote something like that, you should know the whole thing.
No one, we hope. Which is why we don't want you sleeping on a full stomach.
Anyway, we'll be back on the Rub-a-Dub soon. I can't wait to have a good long soak.
I love the bath oil Sakura adds. The aromas are so refreshing.
She has so many different kinds, too. Rose, orange blossom, pomegranate, wild fig and ginger, and even champagne.
Yes, sir. I could stay in the baths all day and night, looking up as the sun gives way to the stars.
Yep, soaking in a warm bath from dawn to dusk. Wouldn't that be the life?
That sounds like a bit much, personally. Also, I have a feeling that would do very bad things to your skin.
Did you say warm water? Are you completely nuts? A bath has to be so hot you can barely stand it.
What? So I see Adia as a hot tub lover.
Then when it feels like you can't breathe anymore, you jump out and douse yourself with cold water. That's a real bath.
Excuse me, but what?
So all that splashing and shrieking coming from the ladies' bath was you.
I can't believe I'm saying this, but I think Idia's on the mark.
Wait, what? You... Why are you agreeing with this insanity?
I mean, sitting in a warm bath for hours is nice, but it does get a bit boring.
Exactly. What's the point if you just end up dozing off?
But don't you get tired leaping in and out of water that's either too hot or too cold?
This feels like we're just having the party argue two extremes. It's like, can't you just bathe like a normal person?
Oh, no. It's not tiring. It's refreshing. Especially when you cap it off with...
An ice cold latte.
Exactly. Knocking back an iced latte so cold you can barely taste it.
Or you could just have a coffee.
Sir, coffee and cafe latte are completely different.
You. I think I can finally understand you.
And I you, my dear Idia.
Well, that was a conversation. As someone who likes coffee, Noah latte is a derivative of coffee. I'll take your word for it. Although that would kind of be my first inclination, just like as an observer, to say, but a latte is just like dressed up coffee. Alright, that's something I was gonna consider. Although, hmm. I was gonna consider going Black Mage, except... we can use the Demon's Rod and get... and still get Dark Access using Wizards. So it's almost like... do we ever need to go into Black Mage? Is there anything in there that makes it as attractive as the group heal from White Mage? Actually, I guess Pierce Magic Defense might be. That's a lot of SP, but... completely ignoring the target's magic defense passively sounds really stupid. So, like, I almost want to dip Black Mage, pick that up, and then go back to Wizard and start nuking things. Although I guess before we go dip Black Mage, I think we want to get Spellcraft level 4. Then... I'm curious to see how Ventriloquism works, because that sounds like something that could possibly... backfire depending on how the rules of it work, so... If we get there, I'll have to test it out. Got a lot of money. Should we pick up... Man, I don't actually want to give up that 25% extra lightning damage on you, even though there's starting to be a noticeable gap between the armors. Wait, what are we using with Magnolia that... so far behind? The Gaia gear. Yeah, I don't know why I didn't upgrade that. I'll just do Mage's Robe, I guess. I guess now that we're running around with 300,000, 15,000 doesn't seem that bad for a marginal upgrade over the Demon's Rod. Although I might just swap back to the Demon's Rod for when I need to do dark damage, so... I guess we'll keep the Wonder Rod around as a general use. Since it's... yeah, I guess it's still 8 more, so... if we're not specifically using Fire, Ice, or Dark Magic, we can just use that and then get the 25% boost on Lightning, so I guess use just committed to Lightning for any generic attacks. Guess we'll buy 2 Pentacles. Although that light immunity has done a lot for Magnolia, so I'm a little bit hesitant to swap her. Actually, wait, I should have... it's worse magic magic defense for the Grand Marshals. Alright, I guess we'll run the Pentacle. Generally, and we'll swap to the Lustrous if I find something with light damage is absolutely massacring us. So I like how all these cosmetics are almost 1,000,000 Pig. Like... I know the devs love their grinding, but... isn't that a little excessive? Like, even 1,000,000 total between the 4 of those costumes would be a little gross, but 4,000,000? Are you kidding me? Idea looks really good in the Knight's Tunic. But a million P good?
Your Holiness, you're already here.
That was strangely fast. Alright, Marco, thanks for watching. Have a good sleep.
Caldisla disappeared from our memories, only to appear again all of a sudden. Something is amiss here.
Indeed. And the king has just shared with me an equally disturbing tale.
Do tell.
For those of us on the outside, it was as though Caldisla suddenly returned to our memories. But for the people of this land, it was the existence of the rest of the world which came back to them only now.
Spooky. Although, that's quite the thing with Kal-Isla, just forget the rest of the world exists. It's like, whoops, I guess the world is only one kingdom now. Actually, just one city at that.
A most curious state of affairs indeed. I ask of you, Vestal of Wind, beg pardon, Your Holiness. I would hear your counsel. Whatever should I and my kingdom do?
Your Highness, I thank you for welcoming me back to Caldisla with such warmth. As for your question...
I'm glad your arm's feeling better.
Their economy must have crashed without any trade. Maybe. Probably... They probably still did better than Grand Ship, though.
My arm? Yes, it's fine.
That's a load off. Seeing you run about all the time, sometimes I get worried.
I'm simply doing my duty. I do not find it a burden.
So come on, spill it. Did you find out anything about Yoko?
Alright. He was the one investigating that. For whatever reason, I thought we were both doing our own separate investigations on her.
Yoko? What are you...
But what do you think, Idia?
Huh? I think, sorry, what are we talking about?
It's great. Someone's actively screwing with their memories now.
Honestly, idiot, this is a serious meeting between world leaders.
We were discussing how the balls might be appearing.
Never mind how they appear. We don't even know where they come from.
That's true. And even if we did know, something is clearly different this time.
There are just too many things we don't understand about these balls.
I'm sorry. I should know more.
Don't be so hard on yourself, Magnolia. It's not your fault.
Our heroes, surely you must be exhausted after such a harrowing battle. Pray, stay the night and rest yourselves.
Quelle deception. And I call myself a ball buster.
Seems Alternus doesn't remember Yoko. We're there talking to a different Alternus. Yeah, at this point I'm not sure. Like, if Yoko's supposedly been messing with memories, and then they suddenly forget about her, like, in the middle of the conversation, that kind of tells me that it might be her screwing around with them again. But on the other hand, it's also felt like there might be a ring, or like Ring a Bell running around as Alternus doing stuff. It's kind of felt a little bit like that throughout the events of the game, so I'm not sure which one to lean toward now.
What do I truly know about the balls? I never even thought to ask.
Please, don't blame yourself, Magnolia. I'm no better. I knew nothing about the true Crystal Guard. Nothing about my own brother.
You. Thank you.
Oh, there must be someone out there who can give us a clue, right?
Yoliana?
Do not judge a carrot by its leaves, nor a man by his words alone.
Alright, Altair. Although, why do I get the feeling he's gonna give us a lot of non-advice advice?
True value is rarely apparent on the surface, you'll find.
It's a ghost!
My young friends, it would seem you have questions about the balls, and I may very well have answers. It is, well, comme ci, comme ça. Would you start with the good news or the bad?
Oh, this never ends well. All right, give us the good news first.
The good news is that, yes, I have finally uncovered the truth behind the balls.
Ah, la vache! You have? And what is it?
I'm afraid that brings us to the bad news. I believe, no, I am convinced that the balls are the unresolved feelings of my dearest Vega given life.
Huh? Based on...
C'est horrible. How can this be? Vega was your beloved, no? The one you left behind in the celestial realm?
The same. And the balls that threaten to destroy Luxendark. As much as I am loath to admit it, they were born of our shared memories.
Okay, you better start explaining faster and in more depth, Altair.
Your memories created the balls? How is that even possible?
It is only a theory, but I believe that Vega even now harbors feelings of deep yearning and remorse.
Okay, well... I mean, it's probably reasonable to believe that about Vega, but like... How is that spawning the balls?
And that someone, something, has seized upon these emotions giving them physical form as weapons of mass destruction.
What a monster! Manipulating someone's feelings for such a terrible purpose.
You can say that again. So, this means that the balls come from the Celestial Realm?
That would be the only reasonable assumption.
That settles it. Altair, let's go to the Celestial Realm and save Vega from this nightmare.
Big talk.
A most kind offer, you. And yet I fear it is not so simple. I, too, long to see my Vega again. So I searched and searched for a way to reach the Celestial Realm, to no avail.
You had a vessel that let you leave it.
We'll just have to keep trying then. Never say never until you're dead.
Never say never until you're dead. Now that's a quote if I've ever seen one.
A sentiment I shared, my dear you, which is why I kept trying, kept searching, until my death.
Oh, yeah, I'm sorry. I didn't mean...
A joke, my dear boy, a joke!
So you're just going to give up? You've carried on all these years in the hopes of seeing Vega again. Now you're just going to accept how things are?
Oh, of course I do not accept it. How could I accept my beloved being used as an instrument of destruction? I want to help her with all my heart, I do, and yet... My friends, might I beseech your aid?
Whoa, why so formal? Of course you can. Magnolia here is a ballbuster after all.
To explain why you can't go back, you need to spoil the end of Bravely Default. I mean, we already beat Bravely Default, and let's be frank here, the recap video of for Bravely Second at the start spoils like a good 3/4, I guess, of Bravely Default. I mean, I guess we did close a link between worlds, or I guess links plural since there are so many linked, but... that doesn't really explain why he couldn't figure it out before we did that. When I see Mario in the real world, not some guy dressed up as Mario, not Mario Odyssey, but the actual Mario in the real actual world. I mean, we don't actually have to see it. If you just, like, disappeared from the game and they're like, yeah, Altair is back in the Celestial Realm, wink wink, nudge nudge. I think that would fit the story. Because it's not like we're taking any of this seriously as like, oh, we are actually literally the celestial realm here. And there was some kind of disaster that caused the real Altair to have to leave here.
And even if I weren't, I would help. Anyone who'd use another's love for the purpose of evil deserves to get theirs.
Right. You've been our friend from the start, Altair. We've been through so much together. We're not giving up on you now.
Your friend? Oh, thank you, my dear children. As a matter of fact, I unearthed a new clue since coming to this place. A fairy named Anna.
Eh?
Right. It was as if Diamante was under her control.
And she mentioned something about her master, didn't she?
Yes, I guess she did say that. Final boss, the background is just the footage from the 3DS camera with the characters overlaid on it. Well, that wouldn't be too much different from the final battle of Default. Because, like, even though I wasn't holding the camera correctly to give the actual look of it, that space background was supposed to have like a hole to the celestial realm, which was, I guess, me because of the way I hold my DS and the way the camera is on this particular 3DS was just pointed at my desk. So that was more or less what we got for default, except it was fairly unspectacular because my desk does not make a good final battle background. Especially when the lights are low, so it probably just looked like a really dark piece of wood.
I think we've seen enough to know that she's involved up to her eyeballs.
Then our course of action is clear. Search out Anna, my young friends. With all my heart. Bon chance.
Now the question is how to find her after all that crazy stuff happened. Skyhold. Wouldn't it be funny if Kaiser ended up taking her to the future with them too? It's like, oh, whoops. Our only lead is kind of 200 or at the end of time. GG's. That's funny, you beat the game at night on an old 3DS, so he opened the Black Void to reveal a Black Void. I mean, that's pretty much what happened with my playthrough. Because this is well, I guess I don't know if this is an actual first generation 3DS, but this is the oldest versions of it. Or like the before XL was even a thing. This is from one of those runs. So you probably had the exact same experience as me. Because I remember that people were commenting afterward that about what it was supposed to be. And it's like, oh, well, cool idea, but rip that idea too. Uh, well, I guess nice of the game to tell us.
So there was a path between Luxendark and the Celestial Realm right here. What a delightful surprise.
Polyplot exclamation point, of course. Yeah, clearly. Celestial senses that take form of an exclamation mark. I mean, after Tiz did with the enemy encounter controls, sure, why not?
I've been having so much fun taking out the moon that I never even thought to look for one. But this changes everything. Why, from a place like this, I can summon balls and balls galore. Those Moonies can't do a thing for Luxendark if my balls come through here. They'll be pumped and primed for battle. And not only that, oh no, it might even be possible for my lord to descend upon Luxendark from here. The only fly in the ointment is you, Jenny Olja, and his stupid friends. They've interfered with me every step of the way. Why, they've even recovered memories from alternate dimensions. That's basically cheating, you know. How are they doing it? Is it that hourglass they have? No, that alone wouldn't explain it. Ugh, what is their little secret?
That was an interesting interlude. Ball pits? Nice, I love it. I too will take an extra hour in it. Hey, do you want to rest at night after taking your rest? Actually, we use them. Well, we still have a lot of fake stands, but I'm gonna do that just in case we get into a really protracted battle. We haven't really come across anything quite that bad yet in second, but I remember Default had some battles where I used up like 60 or 70 Phoenix Downs. Mine, that was also because of the Salve Maker ability, so that was... it was easy to go through those just passively, without actually using them. Okay, well, before we go to the obvious cave, we're gonna see what's over here. Presumably this is the last asterisk, but... missed. Okay, so the old castle here has somehow managed to be completely isolated away from... like, some of these world map changes. Oops. Yeah, I guess we'll just save in the air. I swear I can actually menu. Preemptive reminder that this game came out in 2015. Okay? This game make me pet the dragons again?
The keystones are all in place. And yes, the door's unlocked.
Okay, good.
Hello? What does that mean?
My guess is someone must be inside.
Yeah, I guess that's true. There is a new crater.
Let's have a look around. Be sure to wrap up warm, Magnolia. It's freezing inside.
Oh boy, the climb for this tower.
I don't know how this castle manages to be colder on the inside than the out.
You've been here before, Adia?
Yeah, with Agnes and Tiz. Look, what's that? This helm. Alternus!
Stay strong, Idia. I'm sure he's all right. Let's go look for him.
Everyone's least favorite dungeon. It's definitely not great. Like, one time climbing it was kind of okay. 5 times climbing it was significantly less okay. Guzzler? And whoa, it's a Chomper type enemy that doesn't run away or force us to run away. What madness is this? Also, wow, that is gross. Is that every... No, it's not every SAS effect, but that's a lot of SAS effects. Hmm. Oh. I guess when it's alone, it runs away. 60 JP for one enemy. That's okay-ish, I guess? No, not doing enemies working at a site when we're this far underleveled. You think it was only worthwhile to do twice? Yeah, probably, but I mean, I didn't know that there wouldn't be new stuff. Like, that's kind of the thing with default is there's just enough new stuff in a lot of the middle iterations where it's hard to tell if it's worth checking another place to see if it's changed enough. Well, that's nasty. A little surprised we're faster than Cerberus is as often as we are. At least with us being fairly underleveled. Wow, that is... I feel like we're getting ripped off for JP there. Because I seem to recall this place actually being pretty good for getting JP in default.
Look, this painting.
Default really needed to cut the second or third world. I almost want to say both. Because, like, 4 and 5 are where things really get more interesting in general. I think the reason you can do everything again is to make sure you don't miss any asterisks before things get a lot harder. I mean, I guess, but at the same time... I feel like the fourth world really isn't that much harder than the third world. Because the third world is just like, oh, everyone's just a huge punching bag now. And they've got huge stats. Whereas the fourth one, they're like, oh, okay, the AI is a little bit different. Everyone has the lower stats again. But they're kind of teamed up. But only kind of. Like, they're not super organized groups. And I think that would still be a pretty fine scenario in order to earn the asterisks. Now, if you had to skip straight to the fifth world, that might be a problem. Wait, what?
Yoko?
Yoko and someone else?
Remember what Alternus said? He was going after Yoko. Why, if it isn't our loyal Minister of the Right.
What? Yoko!
Yoko! If you laid a hand on Alternus, I'll...
Idia, don't do anything rash.
Wise advice. We think you would do well to listen. Your knight in not-so-shining armor is fine. At least he seemed healthy, running away as fast as his legs could carry him. But enough talk about him. We are much more interested in you. Perhaps you are aware that Vampire Castle is known by another name. The Hall of Truth, where the curious can learn all there is to know. Yet some truths are not so easily faced. What of you? Would you cast off your blissful ignorance and face the truth?
Hasn't you been doing that a rather lot lately?
Then make for the floors above, but be forewarned. Before you can learn the truth, you must prove yourself worthy of it. Tis, do not think you can avoid the dangers that you would encounter in this place. Within these walls, the powers of Luxendark's gods will not avail you. This is our realm. We make the rules, and you have no choice but to play by them.
Oh, so this castle disables the counter changes, I assume, from what she is saying here.
It is only fair, yes? A truth learned through anything other than your own efforts is no truth at all. We shall await you above. Fare thee well.
The truth? What is she talking about?
Tiz, we don't have to do anything she says.
But what about Alternus?
At last it's working.
Wait, so we found his helmet in the hallway, but he's still wearing his helmet. Man, Alternus is just one of those guys where you take off a helmet and he's still wearing another helmet underneath, isn't he?
Alternus! Thank heavens you're safe.
Yes, it was a close call, but I made it.
You should have known it was too much to handle by yourself. Do you have any idea how worried we were?
Well,
Ugh, you blockhead!
I like how he just hung up.
Well, at least we know Alternus is safe. What should we do now?
Well, I don't trust that girl at all. This could very well be a trap.
That is a possibility, yes. But what if she's telling the truth?
Well, she definitely isn't doing much to help, or to earn good faith or goodwill from us. Yeah. Encounter rate is turned off. That's funny. Although, funnily enough, that also means we can't increase it, so we can't make this harder. Well, that's stupid.
I'm not pulling any punches.
I guess we'll give Adia the locket. So she can always try to burst through them. Tiz can no longer force persuade enemies into not fighting. No, he cannot. Man, I think the bigger insult here, though, is that, like, these fights are incredibly annoying, and they're not really worth anything. Aha! We're gonna... actually, should I... Man, that's not as good as the cat ear hood. Defensively. Alright, we're gonna... To really facilitate, things here with Adia. We're gonna do the Lamiaster on her so she can do power bracers. And then I guess we'll give the locket to Magnolia. I do think it's an interesting twist that they disable the encounter, like being able to screw around with the encounter rate in this dungeon, though. It helps make this dungeon stand out a little more, I guess you could say. Damn it. Stupid confusion. Actually, we don't have enough soul power to do 3 soul blasts. seriously? Like, the mass crowd control is so stupid. Like, I just set myself up to be defended against Charm. Like, mass spammed Charm at that. It's not just single target, it's like, oh, we're charming your entire party. And then they're adding confusion to that. Oops, I guess I left that chest. I think I'm just gonna teleport stone if we encounter the bats again. Really hope we get some ribbons soon. Okay, we're also not doing enemies workout sites. Screw that. I don't want to fight a bunch of charm spammers and a bunch of charm, or I guess charm spammers into confusion or something like that. I guess if it was charm into charm, it might be okay, but their Roga is still not great to tank.
We were wondering how long you meant to keep us waiting. But no matter, we shall keep our promise. This is the first truth. The tale of the ambitious man. How long did we lay in slumber, that first time that we slept? We awakened and opened our eyes to the sight of a man standing before us. This man, this ambitious man,
had come to explore the shrine in which we slept. 20 years ago, another man, another ambitious man, came for us.
Okay.
He brought with him a young girl, and within her body encased our very soul. With this, his true goal would be realized. The man had come to plunder the shrine, to claim the treasures that had been offered to us over the ages. His expedition a success, the man assembled his fleet and set sail for Gathlatio, blissfully ignorant of the truth that within the girl's chest slept the seed of a deadly plague.
Hmm.
Fever struck her only days into the journey. With haste, the fleet made for the nearest port. The man wanted to continue, but the girl's grandfather, the owner of the fleet, forbade it. Fearing that the girl carried a deadly disease, he appealed to the church, demanding that the girl be quarantined. The ambitious man wished to take the girl and his treasures home. He petitioned the church for permission to set sail. The leaders of the church, unable to reach a consensus, sent for an exorcist. This exorcist, a man by the name of Geist, would free the girl of whatever evil possessed her. Those who sought to keep the girl in town thought they could use the ritual as a pretense to delay the fleet's departure. The other camp believed that once the ritual was performed, she would be cured, and there would be no more reason to hold her. And so it came to pass that a compassionate man, a covetous man, a merciful man, an ambitious man, and a wise man reached their decision. A terrible decision, the most sinful in history. The ritual was performed, and the ships were allowed to leave port. The merry fleet sailed on for Gathlatio, sowing the seeds of the plague across the realm. The name of that man, the ambitious man, who roused us from slumber, was none other than Greed Geniolja. Yes, your father.
Well, okay then.
What? You're saying that my father caused the Great Plague?
Also, nice name. Greed Genealgia.
We promised you the truth, did we not? But why take our word for it? It is all here, writ in your father's own hand. If you have the courage to face the next truth, we shall await you above.
Wait, Yoko!
No wonder she has an obsession with the genealogies. Alright, yeah, so there is a Greed's log here. So we were met at port by a young girl. By all accounts, she is the granddaughter of our holy patron who arranged for our entire fleet of ships. Her age, pedigree, and the quickness of her mind all recommend her. Our orders from the church are to locate, explore, and report to the ancient on the ancient shrine of legends said to lie in this sick wood. Not all were pleased by my appointment. Yet when they heard that I had located the shrine in mere weeks, how the pretty songbirds did change their tunes. It was not divine providence that led us here, nor even the power of the crystals. I knew the location of the ancient shrine before we ever set sail. Well then. Bandar, the first head of the great genealogy family, left clear precepts behind him upon his passing. These rules are designed to preserve the family's position and influence among the orthodoxy. Or so it would seem. Yet that was not the true purpose of the last edicts we have inherited. An admonition on how to be an admirable ruler is not all Fandor left for his progeny. Man, I'm kinda not a fan of them making us go through the documents on our own though. It's kinda like, it reminds me of how a bunch of explanation stuff is in Final Fantasy 13. It's like, oh, you have to read the index stuff or whatever it is. It's like, oh, half the story is in this. But enough complaining about that, I guess. I declared the secret messages couched within Fandor's final testament. There I discovered the true Fandor, and while it took over a dozen years, my preparations now come to bear fruit. The exploratory mission has been approved, and we are sent to discover the ancient shrine. And I have a cat trying to get my attention for some reason. Second. Alright, sorry about that. I felt like I needed to investigate, because usually Asuna's pretty good about not trying to interfere with the stream, so I thought something might actually be wrong. But nothing seems out of place, so I don't know. Anyway. I moved the spirit within the girl's body, but it would take us 3 months to move all the abundant riches within the shrine to the shore. And a further 2 months to have it all ready for transport to the or on the ships. That's a lot of treasure. Statue of Cuchulainn alone, which... Wait. Oh, that's... Oops. Right, I need to touchpad this, I guess. Wanna make sure we didn't miss anything. We were supposed to touchpad on this one. Okay. Statue of Cuchulainn alone, which the Orthodoxy wishes to claim for their own treasury, weighs so heavily upon the ship chosen to bear it that it seems likely to sink. Wait, hold on a second. This is the same statue that you broke? Like, something doesn't line up here with that. It's something that it seems heavy enough to sink a ship. I don't think it would break so easily. It was no sooner than our fleet departed that our young guest fell ill. The girl came down with a sudden fever of unknown origins. Her grandfather, our financier, is against us sailing on and will not be persuaded by me, though I have spent days trying to get him to see reason. Trying to get him to see reason? Based on what? I sense that we are being manipulated by some force within the shadows. Based on what reasoning? I made my plea to the church's upper echelon, begging leave to transport the girl and our goods back home, but I fear my enemies struck there as well. The heads of the church, unable or unwilling to give me a direct answer, have decreed that some exorcist be sent out to meet us. Oh, so I guess he considers her the church's enemy here. Yay, politics. Statue broke 15 years after being exposed to the outside. Well, still. Geist, the man popular with the masses, has been tasked with exorcising the evil spirits from the girl. And must we then wait to see the outcome of his ceremony? Is this some compromise meant to appease those of us who wish to set sail while allowing those in power to measure up the ones who would oppose us? Regardless of what the church wants, the winds are beginning to blow once more. Reports tell us that the exorcist Geist, dispatched to us by the Orthodoxy, seems to have set out from a neighboring nation. Thanks to my spies within the church, I can now see clearly what it is my enemies have in mind. It is the one they call the Wise Man who remains so resolutely against our fleet's return home. Those who are hostile to myself are likely colluding with the intellectuals at the Office of Public Health. Their combined influence is not to be underestimated. I may be the leader of the Genealogia family, which has so long stood at the helm of the Crystal Guard, but I know that I am being mocked as being an ambitious man. I want to say rightfully so. This guy's not coming across as a great person. And the compassionate man who leads our fleet, the very financier who is so distressed about the girl's condition, as being another central figure in the argument over whether to move the girl or not. I suppose our current pope is the one they refer to as the merciful man. And the covetous man? There's no telling how many there are, nor where they are. In any event, both those for and those against moving the girl will be watching Geist's progress with bated breath. And now it gets back to fighting. Seriously? I've got a taunt up, and they still focus firing her. Because why not, I guess. Stopwatch? That seems like a pretty not great prize for a dungeon like this. Did the girl consent to this? Somehow you doubt she did. Yeah, I have a feeling she didn't either. So do I think when Geist's son referred to something terrible returning on a ship that came home, he's talking about the girl and the plague? I'm not sure, because the body was never found, so it makes me think more a monster than anything like that. Can't see if there's anything at that other dead end. Dude, go away, stupid bats. This is so troll. We're getting stopwatches and mushrooms? Like, please at least put a little bit better loot in a place like this. Hey, some annoying person. Damn it. Wow. That is such bull. I feel like the game can be safely accused of reading inputs there.
took you long enough. Did you read your father's log? No matter. It is time you learned the second truth. This is the tale of the sinful ruling. The wise men opposed to moving the young girl hoped that the ritual performed by the exorcist Geist would delay her departure. This would prevent the plague from spreading. But the ambitious man and covetous man were impatient and tried to foil their plan. Still, they could not stop Geist from reporting the girl's condition to the church's Office of Public Health. Upon receiving the report, the Office of Public Health ordered the girl quarantined and barred from further travel. Regrettably, it did not end there. The covetous man within the church appealed to the merciful man. The church should use their vaunted medicine to treat the girl, said he. And the ambitious man appealed to the loving man. The poor girl deserves the finest treatment the church can offer, said he. And so it came to pass. The merciful man and the compassionate man changed their minds. They ordered that the fleet be allowed to sail. And so the ships, with their treasure and the ailing child in tow, unfurled their sails and set a course for distant Cathalotio. The fleet berthed at many towns along the way, unwittingly sowing the seeds of death at every port of call. Only when they landed on their third continent did dire tidings reach the ears of the sailors. The first port they had docked at was in the grip of a terrible plague. Faced with a crisis and with morale low, Greed, your father you, made a decision. He gave every sailor in the fleet a flagon of rum filled with poison. The men died, one after the next. Their ships, their treasure, the poor girl and her dear grandfather, all were swallowed by the waves. Perhaps the church had ordered that Eternia alone be spared. Who can say for sure? What we do know is that Greed, and Greed alone, made a triumphant return to Cathalotio. Though he had lost nearly his entire fleet, he had salvaged treasure enough to fill the church's coffers.
How did he get a boat back by himself?
He became a man of great standing in the church's hierarchy, and the very next year was blessed with his firstborn son.
Danny, my brother.
Yes. It was not long after this that the dark hand of the plague came to Eternia. But here, why not read for yourself your father's words? You have faced two truths. Have you the courage to face another? I await you in the halls above.
We're gonna be reading these all night, aren't we? 'Cause there's so many floors. If we get documents every floor. They really just needed to do, like, a Fox conversation for every floor or something. Yeah, his father does seem like a pretty big dick. Yeah, I mean, this war is interesting, but I think they could have delivered it better. A list has been produced of all the parties who cannot be brought or bought to our side. The elders and their ilk, all avowed to their unimpeachable morals, do not even recognize that their desperate desire to remain clean-handed is still a form of desire, of greed. They are nothing more than old fools. They need not be heeded. Greed calling people greedy. Nice. No, the issue lies with the ones who have no interest in profits, who refuse our temptations, leaving instead to their own firm principles and ideals. I feel like that would be better written as clinging, but okay. I do not know him personally, but this young Bishop Brave, as well as Norzin, the head of research at the Office of Public Health, they and their fellows do give me cause for concern. I am ordering a thorough report of their histories so that I can determine the proper price to guarantee their assistance. Wait, did I? Why is this not... Why is the new not going away on this? There's not like a secret third page, is there? Oh. Okay, well, we'll just ignore the new icon then. A letter arrived from the Pope. The ruling has come back in our favor, the best possible outcome we could hope for. The Pope has determined that the girl will be removed to Gathlatio. Geist had carried on with his holy rites and none could fault his dedication. I will say that for the man. Despite all our demands that he bring the exorcism to a hasty end, he carried on indifferently, keeping those interfering fools abreast of every detail that his cunning eyes noticed. For I am sure of it, Geist has been reporting to the wise man from my homeland. So I began to work upon the covetous men of the nation. Those within the church, those within the Office of Public Health, every last man with a shred of avarice in him was drawn to our aid. Next, I feigned sympathy with the wise men who were against moving the girl to my homeland. The girl is afflicted with some febrile pestilence, so I insisted that she need be brought to the seat of the Orthodoxy, home to the most advanced healing arts in the world. By doing so, I was successful in convincing the compassionate man as well. This is... like, let me just say, this is some really damning stuff for someone to write down. Like, someone who's doing this kind of manipulation. Why would he keep records of this? Like, this is definitely asking to have it come back and bite him, and he's kind of lucky it didn't. Okay, that's just a weird way to start the sentence. My maneuvering of the covetous man. Full stop, I guess. Like, he just says that, and that's it. My careful plans devised from within the Orthodoxy. It was these, as well as the pleas of the compassionate man and the merciful man acquiescing, which won us our ruling. The ones who lost this day will carry on about what a sinful decision it was, but once we set sail, no one will be able to stop us. Geist, a man who only exists by the grace of the Orthodoxy, looked so very at a loss. He had been sent out by the Church's orders, and now he was forced to cut the ritual short by the same Church's orders. He bid the girl a courteous farewell and then turned for home and hearth, as now do I. Fleet, weighed down by a great load, makes slow progress. It has taken us 10 months to reach the Eternal Vortex. The girl is protected by her grandfather, ensconced in a special crafted pleasure boat meant for royalty, cushioned by the vagaries of the from the vagaries of the waves. What reports do reach us on the ship I helm tell us that she still suffers from high fevers. Our first landfall was when we pulled in at an unscheduled port to weather a sudden storm, but we have been able to continue our journey without any further unanticipated stops. We did lose 3 of our ships to pirates, who have attacked on 2 separate occasions, but our losses remain relatively light. Now I hear some commotion from without. It seems a message has arrived. And then he murdered everyone. The end. Yes, let me write down how much of a scumbag I am. I know, right? You can only assume that he was confident that if this got out, it would end the entire church and not just him, so no one would try. I guess? But I feel like there's not really any need to write it down. Like, his scheming is his scheming. And, like, I don't know. Is he writing this down to convince someone else? Himself? Like, it just doesn't make a whole lot of sense to me.
You do take your time. You have read your father's words, I trust?
Makes perfect sense to you, he wants power. I mean, he can get the power without leaving behind written evidence of his scumbaggery. Like, in fact, it's better if he doesn't leave it behind, so that he can get away with whatever he's plotting. Maybe it just runs in the family, found our past down how to be a dick in writing. I mean, I guess. That's fair. Honestly, the way he's talking about how people who act righteously are still greedy gives off the energy of someone who thinks that the only right thing is to be as selfish as possible. So he probably thinks he's in the right for acting in his self-interest. I suppose.
Very well. I shall share with you the third truth. This is the story, the true untold story, of the Great Plague. The first deaths were in the eastern reaches of Eternia, in a sleepy border village. The mourners grieved for their loved ones, their wails echoing through the mountains. Eventually, the cries faded away, and a stillness settled over the land. From the depths of time it had found us. The world we feared most had become reality. As death lay heavy on the land, a young priest named Brave petitioned his elders. He sought to use the power of the crystals to treat the sick, but his petition was denied. Instead, the church sealed off the high roads. It cut off the border villages, leaving countless people to suffer and die. Angered at the church for forsaking the village of his birth, Brave resigned from the priesthood. He did not, however, abandon his duty. First, he saw to it that his friend Norzen of the Office of Medicine was given full authority to investigate the origins of the plague. He planted Confederates in key positions, building a network that would allow him to monitor the inner workings of the church. In time, the plague released its grip on the world, though not because a cure had been found. It simply had no more victims to claim. Until, that is, the coming of the second pandemic. A second wave of terror swept over the world. A new strain of the plague emerged, threatening to complete the extinction begun by the first. Thus began a long battle which pitted Norzen and his researchers against the deadliest disease the realm had ever known.
Why is the Sacred Fire Festival allowed to happen? Why is Alcampus still open? Because this game came out in 2015. I mean, they also have magical cures, because Norzen... Well, I guess Norzen's researcher came up with the cat cure thing. So, the game is kind of oversimplifying, basically.
Their work was relentless. Many researchers and their families sacrificed their lives to the cause. Unwilling to put his men at risk, Norzen took to testing new treatments on his own body, losing one of his 5 senses in the process. Then, just before she herself succumbed, one researcher discovered a feline immunity that promised to neutralize the disease. She was able to transfer the antibodies to her daughter, a young girl named Minette. So it was that a vaccine was formulated that would bring the second pandemic to an end.
This plague was still around 16 years before this game takes place. Yeah, funny how no one remembers. Aside from, I guess, ancient fox kitsune. And I guess a handful of the people who allied with the Kaiser.
The whole story is faithfully recorded here, in Greed's log. As the people came to learn of the terrible crimes committed by the church, its authority began to crumble. In desperate hope of regaining the faith of the people, the church issued a proclamation. It would attempt the grand ritual. It was this, more than anything, that spurred Brave the Templar to action. These events too are recorded in your father's log. Have you the courage to press on in search of the truth? Then you know where to find us.
I wonder if these guys are just gonna run away. Yep. Well, I guess so much for those being chompers that don't immediately run away. Yeah, oh god, more notes. I mean... the answer is probably yes, Remy, but... let's try not to get too much into the politics of that here. Alright, it has been 1 month since our handful of ships brought the church the means for its triumphant return from the slow decline to consuming it. Our expedition's members were granted tracts of land, ancient titles, such rich rewards for the scant wealth we bore home. Wait, I thought Yoga said that the only survivor was greed. I guess unless they meant, like, people like, the grandfather of that girl. Although it can't, no, he was with them, so I guess... Yeah, I guess greed only killed his sailors, so... But... Like, that would only leave greed in his ship, or whichever ship he could sail alone, and then the ship that was bringing the girl. So, I don't know, I guess are these titles going to, like, the other possible outside influence who aren't actually directly involved? Can we just start saving them up? I mean, like, cause these are pertinent to every floor, so I feel like we should actually go over them. In their world, the disease killed 50% of the population. Yeah, well, that and then the vaccine was basically perfect. Like it gave them perfect immunity, so... Like, it's easy to say, like, this magical cure that has no downsides whatsoever resolves everything. Like, you have the luxury of writing something like that in fiction. And I mean, because it's fiction, it can also be true. You do it, you win, and then you call it a day. Anyway, It would appear that the church is even more impoverished than I had imagined, if this is how they dance for such a pittance. Wow, this guy is pretty arrogant. You'd say it wasn't perfect considering Manette was probably refined to not make cat people. Yeah, okay, maybe not quite perfect, but I guess as close as possible if Manette was the only one who suffered serious side effects from it. In a lonely village in Eternia's east, there have been reports of the plague that is spreading now across the world. The Office of Public Health has declared it a global pandemic, naming it the Great Plague, and they call it they call the strain I brought forth from the shrine the Origin Plague. Rumors say that the young Bishop Brave wished to use the Earth Crystal to cure this pestilence. It was an unheard of idea, never dreamed of by those old men who worship the crystal blindly and will see it turn to no other purpose. Thus the proposal was ignored. There's no scroller. Instead, the church handed down its cruelest order yet. All of Eternia's high roads were to be blockaded. To protect the head church and the capital of Eternia, the rural villages were to be cut off from the rest of the country and abandoned to their fate. Sacrifice to save the many. You know you're a bunch of dicks when Captain Scumbag here calls it the cruelest order yet. Just as the girl was. Is he having a little bit of regret here? Maybe he's realizing he's kind of a dick? A woman came to my door not too long ago, bearing in tow a small boy that she claimed was mine own. I cannot claim that I never knew the woman. It may well be true, so I have given the boy a home. The manor is filled now with life and noise and children's cries, but my spirits remain as low and dark as death itself. The young Bishop Brave has left the church. We are being punished by the crystal. The baseless rumor has spread without stop. No, it is more than that. That whisper is all one hears. Terrified faces all one sees. And the longer that such whispers persist, the weaker the orthodoxy grows. With Brave's departure, something seems to have been set in motion. The experts in infectious disease, including that Norzin, have been gaining much power amidst this panic. The Office of Public Health now acts independently of both the nobles and the church, carving out for itself a position where external pressures can no longer contain it. No doubt Brave was angry and disappointed with the church establishment. Their dismissal of him and his ideas might seem reason enough for these rash behaviors, but to those with the eyes to see, it is clear that his reasons run much deeper. What insult could drive Brave to such reckless ambition? This coming from greed. Okay. It has already been a year since Denis' mother left us, and now I found myself met with a potential fiancé who comes recommended to me by a certain influential figure. Her family ties are respectable, though it is hard for any house to rival mine own. We are the direct descendants of the very first pope of Crystalism. I fear she may be unhappy and ill at ease moving in the circles within moving in the circles which House Genealogia must. Brave the blasphemous usurper. This is kind of rich as an accusation. He has seized this opportunity, striking out at the Orthodoxy and cutting down the Vestal of Earth to name himself Grand Marshal of the new Eternian Duchy, as he would have it be known. Carrying out the grand ritual would be a grave error. There were many, including myself, who realized that. But this... It hardly seemed possible that a man could do anything more than attempting to secure his own family and fortune across the seas amidst the panic that had been seizing our nations, keeping them away from such madness as is seen daily now. It is unimaginable that one would be able to rally his allies and form an army, launching an assault on the church itself and occupying it no more than three airships to his own side. Yeah, exactly. Reckless ambition from the guy who caused the Great Plague. The Grand Marshal is surely finding himself a busy man, subduing rebellions as often as they erupt, and they do erupt often, working hard to ensure stability for the common people, making efforts to master the Earth Crystal. The other day, his adjutant, Kamiizumi came and warned us in no uncertain terms that the Crystal Guard was not to fan any rebellious sentiments. And he is the one who cut down that offensive woman. Now both my mansion and my Crystal Guard have fallen under their control, and still I seem powerless to oppose them. Rather, it is probably in my own best interests to feign loyalty and allegiance to their cause. I have suggested that I might provide funding for the great public works they have planned, massive undertakings that will stretch from the Temple of Earth to the city of Eternia. I received no thanks for my generous offer, only a request that the funds be transferred and where to. I am honestly astounded by their gall. It's cause they see through your scumbaggery, man. Meanwhile, the seeds which Brave planted upon leaving Eternia have now borne fruit. His comrades in the Office of Public Health claim that the Great Plague has been defeated. If it is true, it could not come at a better time. Rumors of a second pandemic have been spreading like wildfire. Norzen's research team has been fighting a battle against the fury of this plague and against time itself. Unable to secure specimens and carry out their studies with the benefit of time, the researchers ended up drawing lots among themselves. The losers made test subjects. They bet their own lives on their work and many lost the wager. Still, there has been no warning from the Eye of Founder. I was granted an audience with Lord Lester, who was appointed by Brave to his High Council, and had the opportunity to consult also with Sage Juliana. The Archduke greeted me as a descendant of that sickly man. Nice. Well, Juliana instead called my forefather a monster. Also nice. I felt a cold sweat upon my back faced with this reception. Is this the future I must look forward to? Get owned. $30 deep versus 125 magic deep. Seems legit. What's it? Elemental Ward. That's right. Man, this turn order was terrible. Only 25%, huh? Or 75. Okay, well I guess we're only Soul Blastering once then.
I'll keep you safe.
Will the Soul Blaster kill them? It's a definite yes. Nice. Yeah, the guy with all the power in the world claims he's powerless against dissenters. He's just salty that he's meeting any kind of opposition that he can't easily bribe away or sweep aside. Moral of the story is everything is Yu's family's fault. Them and the church. I mean, I feel like it's probably not all their fault. If only for the reason that there's probably a bunch of other people who are politicking who screwed things up too. It's just the majority of the blame goes towards the church and Yu's family. Man, that's weak. Man, we're having so many issues with Magnolia having inconsistent casting times on her healing. That is gonna get us killed at some point. Okay, what else do we want to do here? I guess we could do Templar with her? Do we want to do Templar? We could also go back to Ninja. So it would make her faster, and we'd also have Kairai to help manipulate things. I guess we never actually truly finished out Hawkeye either. Take a big strength dip there. Oh, I guess we could also do Kaiser. Hmm. Sure, let's try Kaiser. She can even use her dad's sword and shield. Actually, oh, yeah, actually, that makes sense, because Fist's, Grand, or Kaiser's not that good at. Yeah, D. So that would explain why it doesn't look as, or it looks like it's not that sharp of a drop, but we probably actually want to be dual wielding for maximum damage output. Elixir, okay. Definitely better than stopwatch. Or a mushroom. Yeah, we're not fighting this. Remedy, eh. I'm actually gonna put a shield on until we can actually get to the next turn. Yeah, I think I made the right call there, because I'm pretty sure without the shield, Adio is in danger of getting wrecked. Like, fortunately for her, only one of them hellfired, but two would have required her to proc stand ground. Of course, we outsped them so that's as useless as possible. That is kind of weak, not gonna lie. And now our benediction goes last. If I didn't have that elemental ward up, we would have been toast. episodes again? Alright, the Sunbloom was initiative reversal. Centurion. Still feel like Centurion is like going the opposite direction of what you really want to do. Especially with a damage cap. It's like, oh, oops, I just lost like half my damage because they're hitting the damage cap. What a shame.
Must you always keep us waiting so? But no matter. The fourth truth awaits you. We shall tell you of the trials of the White Lion. The Templar Braves uprising took control of the capital of Eternia and the Temple of Earth, seat of the Church's power. The Church having lost its ability to govern, eyes now turned to its military might. The disbanding of the Crystal Guard. Curiously enough, this order came from within. Greed Geniolja, of one of the high houses of the Three Cavaliers. His motives were self-serving. Greed sought to protect his family and closest allies, at the expense of all others. Houses Geniolja and Camlin of the Disbander faction launched an attack on those who sought to keep the Crystal Guard intact. These opponents were led by two powerful houses that remained loyal to the order that Greed had begun to destroy. The two houses had in their service a swordsman, Jerome Balestra, whose skills were famed throughout the land. Balestra fought back bravely against the warriors of houses Geniolja and Camlin. Almost single-handedly, he fended off waves of opponents, but in the end, he was just one man. Balestra's brave efforts were in vain. Gates were breached, castles and manors put to the torch. With his dying breaths, Balestra entrusted his boy Jan to the care of his loyal squire, a man by the name of Angard. At the same time, a young man named Nikolai, who had been tasked with leading one wing of the attack, gazed upon the hellish scene. Though he had only been following orders, he was haunted by guilt for what he had done. Though the once proud Crystal Guard was now but a name, Nikolai continued to serve, and serve proudly. He petitioned the church leaders for its revival, recruiting Jan and other comrades to his cause. Was it all to atone for that day? But that is a story for another time. Now, we return to the tale of the White Lion. The Geniolja and Camlin clans defeated their foes one by one, growing their power through bribes paid for with plundered gold. But disbanding the Crystal Guard had unforeseen and tragic consequences in the neighboring regions of Eternia. Unemployed soldiers turned to banditry, pillaging the villages that had survived the plague. Concerned that public order was breaking down, houses Geniolja and Camlin formed their own private armies to put down the bandits. Their armies grew mightier and mightier. Among those promoted through the ranks were men who claimed to have destroyed the home of the witch that had caused the Great Plague. How many villages were razed to the ground to restore the illusion of peace? One tragedy giving rise to the next, a never-ending spiral of death and destruction, and at the root of it, one man's ambition. Jan, Nikolai, Bella, so much pain, so much suffering.
Interesting that Yoko name's Bella. Yeah, might as well say Greed killed Jan's father himself. He practically did. He was giving the orders. So, and his soldiers killed him.
So much sacrificed for the glory and might of House Genealja.
This can't be true.
Stay strong, you. You had nothing to do with any of this.
But in the end, wealth and power could not buy immortality. The ambitious man, the foolish man, died of a common illness. So ends the story of Greed Genealja. Oh, how he entertained us so.
So ends the story of Greed Genealja. By the way, here's more of it.
But you do not look so well. Mayhap the truth has taken its toll? Then I would advise you go no further. Farewell, my Minister of the Right. It has been so very delightful.
What a sound effect to have after all these serious narrations, too. The Archduke is a paragon among men. He carries the blood of ancient kings within his veins and thinks ever of what is best for his people. He commands a powerful army, maintains fair taxation, and rules with grace and skill. So, 100% not greed. As long as he remains at its helm, the people welcome their nation's rebirth as a duchy and rejoice. There do not appear to be any who long for the days when the orthodoxy still ruled. The church's last source of income has been removed. We are now forbidden to collect the church taxes that once kept us going. The Crystal Orthodoxy must now survive on only the paltry stipend which the duchy grants us, and we are to be a religious body and no more. All political authority now stripped from us. Even House Genealja, the House of the Crystal Guard or head of the Crystal Guard from times ancient, has not been exempt from this ruthless culling. The military strength of the Crystal Guard and the esteem once paid to the Genealja family are both sores in the eyes of the duchy, and obstacles to any hope they might have a peaceful reign. It is as plain to me as daylight. Now I see signs of disorder brewing within even the Crystal Guard itself. To be honest, it fits Yoko's character. I guess. It kind of disrupts the narrative mood, though. Among the 5 great families, loyalty to the church runs deep, and the 2 most known for their military prowess have objected with violence to the disarmament demanded by the duchy. They do not know enough to fear this brave as I do. But more than the ardor that burns so violently among my peers, it is the silence of the Crystal Guard which haunts my thoughts at night. Or at nights. Plural, huh. Camlin family, one of our closest allies for many years, has proposed a covenant. There is no time left for hesitation. Everything must be arranged. They have all agreed. We will rise to action and bring them all down. We will abandon the house that wishes to wait, see how things progress before taking any decisive action. We need them not. They can be placated later or removed by force. What we must do now is gather our forces, or more forces than our enemy. All hinges on the question of whether we can carry out our attack before our foes are able to finish their own preparations. A young knight named Nikolai, covered with minor wounds, brought word that the famous leader of the enemy troops, the great swordsman Jerome Balestra, was dead in battle. It wasn't meant to happen like this. I wished to win in fair combat. His words reeked with such naive discontent, the foolish boy. Flames which engulfed Balestra lit the sky over the mountains, scorching the night with red light. My second son, born so many years after the first, cried the entire night, refusing to be soothed by anything. Because he sensed that you were a dick. It was almost as though this innocent babe, yet ignorant of the world, was crying for the sins of a man like myself, who had cast a former friend down without remorse. The fortunes of the two fallen houses will be seized, and war reparations paid out. Then there are negotiations with the duchy, renunciation of our arms. There are so many things I must yet attend to. It seems I am not to sleep this night, nor many nights to come. The Crystal Guard has abandoned the arms which were once its sole purpose for being. The 3 cavaliers and every last knight in the Crystal Guard now possess no more than pretty titles. The people mock us, pointing to the arms that still decorate our surcoats. They ask whether the White Lion still has claws. You know, you kinda deserve it. And by which, I mean definitely deserve it. 4 months have passed already since the trials of the White Lion, and the Duchy has sent us unimaginable news. They say that House Genealogia and House Camlin, as families of influence and power, should take to the hills and weed out any enemies. They even grant us permission to raise private armies for this purpose. The many soldiers who lost their livings on the Crystal Guard's numbers were reduced to the current Spartan figures, and especially the many who came from the 2 great houses have taken up, or have been taking up brigandry and mercenary work, preying on the ruined villages of the borders which fell to the Great Plague. It seems even the powerful and famed Eternian forces have had difficulties subjugating these bandits, who have far greater numbers, and so private armies have been sanctioned to deal with this scourge. Even if it is true that we once faced one another across the battle lines, these foes we are to destroy were long members of the same Crystal Guard. Men who the Orthodoxy still owes for their loyalty, men who feel slighted by the Duchy, men who know no trader's skill by which to make a living but the arts of war. Even the heroes, who claim to have been there when the witch's village was burned, all have rushed to take up the title of brigand, thief, villain. Takes a villain to know a villain. We took some 10,000 good men. The warriors of House Genealogia have always made up half of the Crystal Guard, even in ancient times, so the number was not difficult to muster. House Camlin split the task with us, and we made a circuit of the borderlands. And everywhere we went, the bandits disappeared, and everywhere the bandits disappeared, our own numbers swelled. The events of the Eternal Vortex, the blockading of Eternia's roads and sacrifice of the villages, the trials of the White Lion. Truly, every time that I betray my fellows, my own fortunes seem to grow the better for it. What great epitaph will grace my grave one day, I wonder? Will I be remembered as one of the greatest heads that the Genealogia family has ever known? The pain in my back becomes intolerable, and more days than not I find that my coughing fits have brought up blood. Sleep escapes me, and my wits wander more and more often. Even the bright voices of the children pain my ears and strain my temper. My eldest boy, Denis, is blessed with many gifts, and he is a courageous boy. No man could be disappointed with him. The younger boy, though, you can claim an impeccable bloodline, though his wisdom is yet an unknown. To whom do I bequeath all that I have? Is it skill or blood which matters? If only I had that sword, a sword that can cut through anything, even dirt. I cannot die yet. Not until I fulfill the purpose. Not yet. Well, rest in pieces, Greed. We don't really have to use much of this extra BP. Well, DS seems to be doing a lot better with the higher class level.
Leave it to moi!
Yeah, I think it's 7, if I remember correctly as well. So, or 7 or 8. So we're nearly there. How about no? Even the Chomper thought it wasn't worth. Wait, what? Another secret wall thing. Huh. Bloodblade. Not ominous at all. You have to actually use it for the life drain, though. Not enough. Damn it. And our rewards run off too. Get wrecked. Spring Awakening. Alright, this is the thing that just heals everyone. I'm not sure where I'd actually want to use that. But I guess it's there in case I need it. Okay, this is a definite no. Man, is Kaiser really that fast? Yeah, I guess apparently it's pretty quick.
Wait, I remember this blade.
Yeah, I guess I could use it against undead. I think I speculated on it, but it would have to be... It'd have to be against undead where... It's worth using it over like the Benediction Vivify combo.
The sword of the brave.
I expected you sooner. But you have come, despite our warning. You need not explain yourself. When the truth sings, who can resist its siren call? Let me tell you my story. I am a presence once known as a yokai. What does the word mean? Nothing to me. I am I, nothing more, nothing less. I belong to and am beholden to no man. I have but one desire, to change this world we live in. Only those who have achieved true growth can lift the world to a higher plane, the next layer. So has the tapestry of history been woven, and so it shall continue to be.
The next layer, but not the end layer.
True growth means accepting all within you, seeing through the lies you tell yourself, and becoming that which you were meant to be. In that sense, one could also say, the more that is sealed away within your heart, the greater and stronger you might still grow.
That's a strange way of thinking of it.
But few have the courage to brave the dark depths within their heart and achieve their true potential. Many have tried, and most have met with fates worse than death. Oh, but there is one heart I've yet to peek within, isn't there? Let us see what you are hiding from us, Idia. My name is Idia Lee, daughter of the Grand Marshal of Eternia. For so long I was proud of myself, of my position, of my family. But 2.5 years ago, I turned my back on it all. And why did you do this? I just couldn't accept what the Duchy was doing. Is that the whole reason? Or was it because you wanted to assert yourself, to claim your own identity? No, Were you seeking someone's approval? Tell me. My father. I wanted his recognition. Very good, Idia. Now let us go deeper.
I mean, I think she's played how much she can pick on you at this point, so I guess she's taking a new target.
Loneliness. That is what you feel deep in your heart. That's not true! Of course it is. You do your best to hide it, of course. You smile and play your role. But Oddness has Tiz. Magnolia has you. Musser has Brave. Eleanor has Commander Goodman. Amy and Panettone. Holly and Barris. You see their joy, and you feel loneliness, sadness, fear. Stop it! For you had someone too, but he left you far, far behind. You will never see him again. The one you cared for more than anyone else in this world. And what hurts most of all is that he chose to leave you.
You told yourself you were strong, that you would be fine on your own. Alone forever, with no one to stand by you. Not now, not when you grow old, not when you die. This is your truth, is it not, Idia?
I miss him. Ring a bell.
Suddenly.
Idia!
Ring a bell?
In the flesh. I'm sorry, it isn't like me to keep a lady waiting. You alone? Nonsense. I've always been at your side, Idia. In Geyser Grotto, in Florum, even in Kaldisla.
So was as I call it, the first two. But Kaldisla made me less sure.
I never forgot you, not for a fleeting moment. Don't believe me? Here, have a look at my journal.
It's always about you, isn't it? I hate you!
Oh, sorry. I didn't mean to tease. Now, shall we return together?
Ring a bell?
I like how no one else noticed that Ringabel showed up. Everybody just, holy crap, Ringabel's suddenly standing beside us.
It's you!
You were Ring-a-Bell? That Ring-a-Bell?
The one and only. But the merry reunion can wait. I believe we have a fox to catch.
Man, we have first strike, but... I don't know if we'd be able to kill these fast enough. Because we gotta kill the bat and the Melusine. We can kind of ignore the Cerberus if we want, but... I think I'd rather just leave. This is not a formation that's good, even when we have the first strike. Ah, another scene here. Okay.
You mean Yoko?
Or I guess... in default, that painting was interactable too. So I suppose it makes sense to have a cutscene here for this.
Precisely. Locked in battle with the Plains Wardens, my comrades.
Plains Wardens?
Plains Watsons?
What are you even talking about?
Oh boy, we have multiverse police now, don't we?
I suppose now is as good a time as any to explain.
I am forbidden from divulging classified information, but I will tell you what I can. We Planeswardens are, as our name implies, the wardens of many and myriad planes of existence. That didn't quite clear things up? Allow me to elaborate. The tale would be best heard from Yoko herself, but this is one truth that fox won't be so generous about sharing. She spoke of a wish to change the world, yes? To make it a better place? She lies. She exists only to create chaos and to revel in it. She uses our guilt, our sins, real and perceived, to achieve her nefarious ends. Do not listen to her deceitful words. Growing as a human being is about more than dredging up old fears and traumas. After our encounter in Geyser Grotto, I contacted my superiors. Apparently, Yoko has been designated by our department as an S-rank malevolent spirit of concern.
Is this Magic the Gathering? Maybe.
It would seem she's been lurking on this planet for 4.6 billion years, give or take.
4.6 billion? And yet she's never surfaced before now?
Are you sure that information isn't classified?
The point is, I intend to defeat her and close the book on her villainy. But I'll be needing your help to chase her down, my friends.
Of course. You can count on us.
But just look at you. A plains warden. Whatever that is, I guess you're moving up in the world.
Worlds, plural.
And you'd expect any less from me? Now, let's go catch this fox by the tail. No matter what the cost, I must defeat her. Yes, I must, so that none need lose another of their loved ones again.
Yay, a save point. Oh, and a non-malicious fox. Safety ring. Which is... I think that was the anti-death. We've got 3 anti-death rings now. The game might be trying to tell us something. Why isn't we always at speed them when it wouldn't matter? Nice. We finally actually got Forest Line to pay off there, since it seems like I seriously feel like the game's reading my input sometimes.
That was simply scrumptious.
I like how it's like, we need to move, we need to catch the fox. So let's sit down in the tent and eat. So Ring of Bell got to become a space-time cop, apparently.
My road has been a lonely one. It is comforting indeed to dine in the company of friends once more.
Here's your coffee, Sir Ringabel.
Thank you, my boy. Harina Mountain Blend. Ooh, these are fine beans indeed.
Well, I think I'll clean up. Care to help, Magnolia?
Oh, of course.
You keep rubbing your arm. Has your wound healed?
Oh, more or less.
You've been watching over us. For all this time. You could have said something, you know. You could have told me it was you. Would it have killed you to come out and say, "Hey, Idia, I'm back"?
It definitely would have been more Ring of Bell style to do that, too.
Well, say it. Say it already!
Well, what are you waiting for?
You too, old friend?
Just say it, Ring-a-Bell.
Yes. I should have said it much earlier. To all of you. I'm back, my friends.
There. Was that so hard?
Good to have you back, Ring-a-Bell.
I should say something to Agnes, too.
She'd like that. I know she would.
Wrong number.
You yourself, what are you doing there?
Her Holiness is in the bath. She asked me to take her calls. But then suddenly I had these bad stomach cramps and I had to run to the restroom. Yes, it was a close call.
That's...
What am I saying? It's not important. What are you doing with Idia? Well, wait. That voice. From my dream. After the Kaiser attacked, I was gravely wounded, delirious. I could scarcely move. Fear not, I shall protect them, the Grand Marshal and Idia both. That voice was...
That's quite enough, friend. I'm not interested in your, or any man's, dreams. Moving on to matters of greater import. Did you say Agnes was in the bath?
Yes, what of it?
Oh, well, this is a matter of the utmost urgency. I repeat, must speak to Her Holiness at once. And don't switch the camera off. To her side, quickly, man.
Alright, knuckle sandwich coming right up.
Camera? I don't understand.
No, wait!
Shall I put a muzzle on you, Ring-a-Bell?
Aha, forgive me. It was an innocent slip of the tongue.
No, Ring of Bell specifically called it a camera. Yeah, I mean, Altered has kind of called attention to it, too.
Tell us, Ring-a-Bell. After all that happened, did you find the world you were looking for?
Why, yes. Yes, I did.
Wait a minute. The chasm disappeared, right? So how'd you get here?
Now that's a long story.
I'd be interested in hearing it.
And hear it you shall, my fair lady. You see, I wanted nothing more than to protect my dear Idia here. And so...
Then why didn't you show your face? Why did you hide from me, you heartless pig?
She just kick him?
Yo, whoa, let go! Idia, mercy, mercy!
Well, I guess she's supposed to be grabbing his hair, I guess.
Huh? You? What's the matter? The croissants! The ones I set aside for breakfast, they're gone! Idia!
What? I didn't touch them!
And with that, let's get going.
Huh. Actually, damn, so... I think we're just gonna have to put the safety rings on everyone, not you, and res you as necessary.
Late as ever.
Foul demon, prepare yourself.
Prepare myself? For what, little man? When last I saw you, you were down below, cowering in terror.
Cowering? Hardly. Anyhow, I've returned, and I've brought my friends.
Ringabel, your wounds are still fresh. Leave Yoko to us.
That's right. You've done enough for us. It's time we returned the favor.
Right! Ringabel, you provide backup, okay?
Monsieur Plainswarden, stand back and watch a ball buster in action.
But this was supposed to be my time to shine.
Damn it, Ringabel. Watch her use Charm. I mean, she's probably going to. She's probably gonna do Death and Charm.
All right. Go get her, and know that you have the best backup any dimension has to offer. Now, is everyone ready?
Just let me think. Really?
I am alone. I belong to no one, and to nothing. I have no need of names, but you may call me Yoko, the Yokai. You wish to hear the truth? Then prove yourselves worthy of it. Claim it with your own strength, and the truth shall be yours.
I didn't expect this theme. Sloth. Oh boy. We are weak to literally everything.
protect you, no matter what.
But he's actually coming in to do things. Interesting. She might be resistant to wind. Or every element in general, because it seems like we're doing less say.
I believe it's my turn.
And he has a different weapon this time. So I guess we could just try to defend our way through this and let Ringabel slowly kill her.
You, Geniolja, scion of the ambitious man. You struggle to free yourself from the weight of your family and its blood-soaked past. You, Geniolja, son of the villain who unleashed the Great Plague. Spawn of evil. How many lives has your great house ruined? Your family, friends, benefactors. How many fates have they twisted? Yet still you fight on, certain of your cause. Fight on, spawn of evil. Fight and carry on your legacy of sin.
Shut up! Founder is founder! And my father is my father! They have nothing to do with me!
Yes, yes. Deny your past and bring about a revolution.
That's not what I mean!
Oh, but you sound so much like them. Dreaming of revolution, burning with ideals, and drowning in sentiment. Like father, like son.
Enough!
Oh, it looks like it's dispelling us too. Which, maybe I can manipulate her and continually doing that if we keep this mist up.
I'll strike like a thunder god to the heart.
I wonder how many lines he actually has here. That was gross.
True romance is a man's highest calling.
He's still going. What is... Is that an axe? No, that's a rod. Well, that's unfortunate.
Ladies, to my side. I shall protect you.
Man, I wonder if Ring of Bell triggering that over and over would actually perpetuate my specials forever. No, her magic is surprisingly not that powerful.
Here I go! Hut!
I'll save everyone. Ladies first, of course.
So yeah, it looks like Ring of Bell's just rotating specials. This is kind of a hilarious fight because of that.
This is the end for you!
Nice crit, Diz.
Deadly and sexy. A winning combination, wouldn't you say?
Put a sock in it, Ring a Bell.
I love that Adia actually has a response to that. Hmm. Well, it looks like it wasn't infinite with Ring of All there. After Adil told him to shut up, it seems like he's not doing anything for us anymore. Let's just do 2 or 3 actions. Really? Physical attack. Didn't expect that. That's not good. I definitely saw a guard there, so that consume life seems to be an instant kill. Is great. At least we were also at speeding her a decent amount of the time, because we were definitely in danger of wiping her. Or you. The Force Swine has given us so much value in this fight. I'm just trying to keep the mist up by renewing it early too, in case View gets ganked. I'm surprised she hasn't tried to sloth us again.
I'll keep you safe.
You are strong.
Got her.
You would bear witness to the final truth. Then go forth. It is yours for the seeing.
Yeah, Kaiser... Swapping into Kaiser definitely cut her damage a little bit. I mean, I think the biggest problem is that she was constantly dispelling our physical attack buffs, which Adia relies on a lot to do her damage. But definitely, I think highest value here was before Swine. Tiz was doing so much damage because Yoko would not stop spamming jaw spells. At least when she wasn't busy using Sloth. You can see that I couldn't quite get my specials going again at that tail end of that one Ringaville one. I just couldn't get you to charge his piercing bolt fast enough, unfortunately. But hey, it worked out. Yay, Spellcraft level 4. after the battle where we maybe would have wanted it, but I guess we'll see. 'Cause we sort of know what Rain does, but I don't know if I've seen Arrow. Yay, Elixir. Yokai Asterisk. Summon 7 deadly demons. Jaw command is Diabolism. Okay, that's horrifying. I'm not really sure what to make of this class. Upon casting a spell of a 25% chance of casting the same spell a second time with no MP or BP. That's a little crazy. Hey, you, did you want to go into a new class? Okay, so these are like summons that aren't summoner summons. That's curious. We still have to buy the scrolls? I'm sorry, what? But actually, even at level 1, Diabolism, actually, like, with that Thunder Hat using Thundajo with the Thunder Hat? That might be interesting. Yeah, apparently it has a level 11, too. I guess this is probably the only class where there's gonna be a level that requires the 9,999 JP. I don't think the other classes have 11 now. Oh wait! Wow, they do have 11 now. Huh. So unlocking yokai apparently, or maybe it's unlocking all the classes did that. Well, I guess we're gonna have to look through everything else again after this, but let's finish up with yokai first. This definitely feels like it's something that you is gonna really appreciate, though. So it's like, okay, now we want to go through Wizard, Black Mage, and Yokai on him. But we can probably get him to a point where he's doing a lot of damage. Gluttony for Acid Breath. Oh wait, Beelzebub has Gluttony and Acid Breath, so we get 2 abilities there. Oh right, okay, so less than Thundaja. Avarice and Blizzaja. So, I kind of feel like we want to master Yokai and then go back into Wizard and run. Actually, well, the Thundodger was already hitting everything automatically. So, well, I guess either Wizard, yeah. I guess there's the option of Wizard or Black Mage, but I'd almost want to do Wizard so we have innate Spellcraft. Actually, speaking of which, have I think yeah, I've had 2 empty slots because I forgot that Spellcraft falls off there. Whoops. What would we even use with him? I guess I could have used Revenge. So that's a whoops. Forgot about that. Okay, back to the job. Sloth and Faraja. Okay, so I think we can kind of get away with not using Astrologian if we want to do it, if I'm just thinking offensively. Because in between you and Shamanism on Adia, we can set up Sloth for all weakness, and Adia can hit any weakness basically there. And then you can also make it so that he can hit a weakness. And you will have a ton of int. Yeah, probably not. I might actually just skip Black Mage. Even though, like, the one ability is tempting, but... I guess technically at Diabolism we just want to go to, or we only care about going to level... Well, I guess we'd want 7 for Echo. It's a little expensive, but... This also seems like a lot of scrolls we have to buy. I wonder where we're gonna buy them from. I feel like there's probably gonna be another town after this, and... Oh hey, so... The Sage ability obliterates over in Yokai now. Level 8 Diabolism is Disguise? It's too bad I can't, like, tooltip into any of these abilities to see what they do. Wait. Looks like Disguise doesn't require a scroll. That's curious. Hello, Nenignal. Okay, actually, you know what? Before we do anything else, you're saving. Okay. So, we'll just go starting from Freelancer, I guess. Oh, there's the Late Bloomer. Okay, interesting. So they buffed it a little bit in that you only need to level stuff to level 10. I still probably wouldn't care to use it without grinding a whole ton. Spellcraft level 5, you say? Nova. Hmm. Huh. Charioteer. Achilles heel. Nice. Nice one. All attacks targeting a specific monster family's weakness will always hit for critical damage. I almost kind of want to put Edea back through Charioteer. Because that kind of sounds incredibly silly. Especially since the Charioteer is basically able to use any weapon. It just takes a little bit of time to get going. But since we got those couple of weapons that hits the humanoid weakness, we can basically hit any weakness. Bloody Wolf. Oh, so Super Blazing Wolf, although Bloody Wolf could be hilariously strong, for Edea. As long as you keeps the Limit Breaker equipped. Cause like, then you go Wolf Stance, you're at 200% physical attack. I kind of want to put Edea through Fencer and then into Charioteer and run her with Fencer. Oh, but then we lose the Sloth synergy. But I guess it doesn't matter if Charioteer has Achilles heel and can just be like, by the way, exploding you. And I guess we don't necessarily need to stay in Charioteer once we get Achilles heel, but Charioteer is kind of the one that can afford to be constantly swapping to hit those weaknesses. I guess if we were to run it with Ranger instead, then we could just get around to using chiefly one weapon. And then we could do something like run Achilles heel, Ranger, Shamanism. But Bloody Wolf is definitely tempting. Especially if we're not running Astrologian anymore, so Edea would have to provide her own buffs or something. I mean, it'll take a bit, but like we've worked our way through so many classes with Adia at this point. Like, cause we gained so much JP, it's not super unreasonable. I guess level 11 would probably take a while once we get to 10, though. Oh, and please be careful of the back seating. Fate. Huh. So there's definitely got to be another shop after this that sells all these scrolls that would otherwise not make it, or would otherwise make it so I've got all this magic proficiency that I wouldn't be able to use. Status barrier. Huh. If that does what it sounds like, actually you might need to go back into Astrologian. Yeah, to the max, increases damage dealt by all Catmancy and Cat Mastery moves 150%. This feels like a, hey, did you want a meme with a quad Catmancer party type thing? Chain spell? Spells cast will trigger twice. Excuse me? And Echo was only 2, so you could get Echo and Chain Spell. Um, and if Echo can trigger off of each of the chain spell costs, it's a lot of magic. So, I kind of want to do you in, like, new plan, kind of want to do you through the Red Mage 11, Astrologian 11, pick up Echo from Yokai, and then I guess go back into Wizard, and just run Wizard with Echo Chain Spell and Astrologian. Man, things could get a little weird with Mist, but for the other stuff, like he could end up chain spelling Just like something like physical attack blast. He could end up casting multiple times and then maybe echoing it. I almost kind of want to build a Dia as a caster too, because like she's the fair ways into Red Mage. Well, I guess nah, she wouldn't be far enough in Wizard. That'd probably be a little much. Yeah, Thief, so Prince of Thieves. Steal a rare, typically unstealable item from a target enemy with a 25% chance of success. Well, I've not trained anyone in Thief, so that's probably not happening. Eye for an eye. Huh. I feel like this has been changed from default, because now it's whenever allies take damage, you can't do attack. I guess it doesn't save the allies from getting ganked, but... it kind of allows the Swordmaster to be a stronger pseudo-tank. Summoning level 5 is the Sage self-buff thing. Using the summons. That was always so awkward. I don't know how that'd be much better, even folded into regular summoner. Crossfire. Whoa. 25% chance of following up with an attack when an ally inflicts damage upon an enemy. Okay, so I think the plan is to finish up Hawkeye with Idea and then build you to spam AoE chain spells and constantly trigger crossfires from Medea. Because, like, if he is just constantly barraging with spells, this is gonna have to go off every now and again, if nothing else. So, actually, I guess... Then Monk has a way of enhancing himself, so... Although, I guess, does Invigorate have a chance of failing? I think it does. Yeah, 25% chance of failure, so we'd probably want something else. But if we're gonna be barraging with you, we probably don't want... Well, actually, we'd probably still want Astrologian. if the status barrier is what I think it is, that's something that is much needed against the kind of trash we're running into. Patissia Pie Storm. That's 4 pies of random enemies. Each showing a different attribute. Looks like this one might not take materials to use either. I think I'd probably pass on that one though. White Magic 7? Oh, raise all. Is that all? What was it up against again with Bishop? Oh, right. Fate. Fate is a lot less descriptive than raise all, but I have to guess that Fate might be just the Bishop version of raise all. But if it doesn't end up being that way, Magnolia might be sticking around in White Mage instead. Otherwise, I'll probably prefer Bishop with her. Insurance. Upon taking damage from enemy attacks, receive P equal to half the amount of damage sustained. Well, I guess this is probably how you're supposed to farm for those stupid $1 million outfits. Ah, that's where Flare went. Savage Beast. When in Berserk status, have an 80% chance of unleashing certain physical attack abilities without paying their typical activation cost. It's not very descriptive, though. Because if the Berserk state's still not picking them strategically, then it's like, okay, just randomly casting abilities, cool. Oh right, Iron Wall. His might be going back into night. Especially if he can combo this with Nothing Ventured. Or if we're taking mixed damage, he can use this to cover against physical and then use Before Swine to cover or to counterattack magical. Obviously, I won't let him protect us against magical, but still. Impermanence? Reverse the effect of all attribute bonuses and penalties. I guess this could be used to screw over and And enemies relying heavily on buffs against me. As much as I like Ninja, I think there are other level 11s I would like a lot more. Lost you at in Berserk status. Yeah. Auto undo. The end of each turn, your HP and MP will revert to the previous turn's values. Effect will not trigger when KO'd or when it would cause HP and MP to be reduced. That's a pretty cool one. Makes me kind of regret not investing in Exorcist. Alright, Crouching Tiger. Reduce all allies' BP by 1. Deal a crushing physical attack. That doesn't feel like it's worth it at all. Like, I guess there might be some cases where... where... I might want everyone else defending, like defaulting, in which case this could be sustainable, but I feel like it's such a niche case that... this would be a pass for me. Hold on. Okay. I forgot about the unarmed component. I was like, hold on a second, this class already has S-Knuckles. What's going on? Quickening. The time delay between execution of jump-based attacks or abilities and resulting attack will be reduced by 1 turn. Interesting, but I thought the point of jump-based strategies was just to be in the air as long as possible. Holy... Oh, cool. Increases damage by 10% for every status affliction your target currently suffers from. Seems like it seems like something that would in practice be a little too gimmicky, but flavor-wise, it sounds really cool. Or the Grand Ship. So this is a counterpart to Hearts on Fire? Yeah, so the defensive counterpart to Hearts on Fire. Interesting, but... I kind of feel like, to be truly impressive, the performer of level 11 probably should have just buffed all 4 stats. Time Mage has Quick, well, I guess just in case you're going for a full physical team. Funeral Pyre. Sacrifice 30% of your maximum? Or wait, yeah, you're losing hit points. That's 30% of your maximum hit points. I read that as like decreasing your maximum hit points. Like, whoa, hold on a second, but I don't think that's how that works. Deals more damage the lower your target's BP. First, here's the thing is, the enemy is typically not going well into PP debt, so this is probably not gonna be that helpful. Twin Souls. He accesses the both characters' abilities when possessing or being possessed by another character. Interesting. Kaiser. I see. Force all attacks to hit for critical. Weapon guard. If you're hit by a non-magic attack in the same turn you perform a physical attack with a weapon equipped, damage suffered is reduced by 25%. Interesting. Alright, so I guess for what we've already built up, I think the clear winners are Hawkeye for Adia, Red Mage for you, then either Bishop or White Mage for Magnolia, and then I'm not really sure what I'd be doing with I guess Knight for Tiz. Yeah, I think Knight is a fairly clear winner for what we're doing with Tiz. Hawkeye and Red Mage are stupid. I know, right? And once we dip Yokai for Echo with the Goa Chain Spell, it's gonna be so stupid. Because then we can go... Then we go Wizard, so we have Spellcraft on it all. Or, I guess tough call. We either we go Wizard for the Spellcraft, or we go Red Mage for Revenge. Actually, I guess if we're doing Astrologian, we need to do Wizard Astrologian and then run Chain Spell Echo. So he's gonna be kind of busy for a bit. Mastering Red Mage, mastering Astrologian, then dipping Yokai before returning to Wizard. For Adia, I might... see, because she doesn't actually need to stay in Hawkeye afterward for Crossfire to work, so... And Yu wants to spend, once he's doing that, he wants to spend as little time buffing as possible, so like... He'd want to put down the status effect immunity or a mist buff, and then just start firing off spells. So I almost wonder if I want to master Hawkeye with Adia and then go into Fencer so she can do her own stances. And then all the while have Crossfire triggering extra attacks from her. Okay, well, we've been theory crafting for like the last 20 some minutes. I guess let's get our scene and then that'll be it for the night. Alright, good night, Nate. Thanks for watching and have a good sleep. We know what some of the yokai spells do. Like, the jaw spells are pretty obvious, and then Sloth, she used on us. And we know the one summon is an instant kill that hits multiple times. And the demo had Lust doing area of effect charm. So like there's some good stuff in there, but I don't know if it would merit giving up spellcraft. At least not if we're wanting to run the Astrologian stuff. Because we'd almost certainly want spellcraft for that, and then the obvious choice is to go wizard to run with that, and then just chain casting wizard spells. Okay. Let's hear this truth. What's our whammy for the end of the night?
Late again.
Yeah, we're a little late. But, you know, we were kind of indulging Power Yoko, so, you know, you can stick it where the sun don't shine.
Although measured against my own eternity, 2 decades is barely the blink of an eye. In that sense, you are ahead of your time, you, Genealja. To tell the story of Founder, we must go back far, far into the past. Yes, this is a tale from the far side of time. One day, 2 people came sailing in on a glimmering ship. I took quite a liking to these travelers from another world. I guided them through this world of ours, as they sought a way back to their own. None of us foresaw what would happen next. It happened in a laboratory on board their vessel. A rare disease from their world somehow became mixed with a deadly illness from ours. The seeds of what would come to be known as the Origin Plague multiplied at breathtaking speed, spreading beyond anyone's control. If left unchecked, the plague would claim all life on this planet, everyone I loved. So I took the seeds of disease within me and begged the 2 to seal me away. And then I slept.
Ah. Curious.
Months and years and centuries passed. For 1,000 eons I slumbered. In time, the people came to believe that the cave in which I slept housed a god. They built a shrine at its entrance. The dynasty that built the shrine prospered, built a mighty civilization, then fell, as dynasties are wont to do. Through it all, I slept, forgotten, until some 24 short centuries ago. Founder came and roused me from slumber. He heard my story. He spoke to me. I can do nothing for you, he said. But someday one of my line will find a cure for the plague within you. Yes, someday he will come for you. So he said, as tears welled in his eyes. At last, at long, long last, I will be free of this curse. Such was my final thought as I drifted back to sleep.
Unfortunately, what she got was greed.
I slept again, a shorter slumber. 2 decades ago, I awoke to see greed standing before me. When I saw the ambition in his eyes, I knew. He was the one of whom Founder had spoken. As my forefather promised, so have I come. He spoke, answering the question I dared not ask. Greed flattered himself, believing he was the man destined to be my rescuer. He meant to sail me to Gathelatio, that he might there find the cure for the plague inside me. But such hope was short-lived. The plague spread and spread quickly, and so he sunk me, sunk all of us to the murky depths of the sea. He did this that Gathelatio, Eternia, and humanity itself might be saved. In his eyes, too, welled those pained tears. Yes, just like Founder before him. I understood everything but said nothing. Once again, I closed my eyes.
It's a very different story from the documents. I find them very difficult to reconcile.
As the waves claimed me, I could hear him cry out, "I shall put an end to this foul plague." After that, Greed's heart turned cold. Kindness, human affection, such emotions were lost to him. They had sunk to the lonely depths, along with his ships, one girl, and countless treasures.
Father.
So I guess the lesson is that, assuming this version is actually true, arrogance... arrogance caused things to end very badly.
Do not cry, you. Strange as it may seem, I am grateful to Greed and to Founder both. Because of Founder who woke me from slumber, I was able to learn that an old friend was safe. And Greed's heartless decision did help bring the second pandemic to an end. Greed and Founder, 2 men of ambition. For better or worse, they changed the course of history and shaped this world. Now it is your turn, you. Yes, I will be watching with interest to see how your chapter of history plays out.
Thank you, my friends. You've been most cooperative. Idia, you have my gratitude.
Wait, what's going on? This better not be another goodbye.
Forgive me. Strictly speaking, I was not supposed to reveal my identity in the first place. Because this pocket we're in belongs to Yoko, we were able to make an exception. But only for a short time.
No! Just stop right there. You can't leave me again.
Idia, I never left you and I never will. It's like I said after all. Wherever, whenever you are in peril, there I will be.
Ring a bell.
But before I go, I have a task for you, Magnolia.
Oui? What would that be?
Yoko, with her unearthly powers, held sway over the sins of mankind. But now that she has left us, these sins will be unleashed, free to run rampant over our world, in the form of fearsome beasts.
Oh, je comprends. Say no more. I've got it under control. As a ballbuster, protecting the peace of Luxendark is my sworn duty. We shall find these beasts of sin and destroy them when we do.
If our information is correct, the beasts slumber. They sleep in great monoliths, stone monuments scattered across the land. Ah, and Tiz, I have a special request for you as well.
Great. So instead of DeRosa dragons, we got other stuff to fight.
Of course, anything you say.
Tell Her Holiness Pope Agnes that Ringabel sends his regards. But I fear all good things must come to an end. And now I'd best be on my way.
Ring a bell, no!
Fear not, for we shall meet again. Till then, my friends, be well.
This game's gone a little out of control. Alright, well, with those bombshells, that's it for tonight. But we will return on Wednesday. Now, I guess I'll probably scout the monoliths. I have a feeling they're probably gonna be something we might need to prepare for a little more. But we'll see if we can snag a snipe on one or two of those monsters. And unless we get sucked into a vortex of killing them, we'll probably advance the main story. And then I guess Friday we'll come back for some Relentless. Maybe I can actually do a run in peace and finish it off. Still feeling a little salty about the toilet. Oh yeah. Anyway, thanks for watching everyone. Hope to see you Wednesday and have yourselves a good night.